Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The price of oil drops after Trump makes assurances, but as Secretary of War promises the most intense day of US strikes on Iran. Meanwhile, Russia's Vladimir Putin holds a phone call with the US president to discuss the ongoing conflict and a solution to the global energy crisis. But critics say Trump is not taking the war seriously as he jokes about sinking Iranian ships. Oil prices have dropped today after US President Donald Trump told reporters the war with Iran would end very soon. Oil rose to over $100 a barrel on Monday, but is now closer to $90 a barrel after the president said the US was very far ahead of schedule, but they hadn't won enough yet. Take a listen.
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further. And we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days.
Meanwhile, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said today would be the most intense day of strikes. Take a listen.
We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so. We do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet.
I'm now joined by Jonathan Watchell, Global Affairs Analyst and former US diplomat at the United Nations. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining me this evening. We just heard from Pete Hegseth and also Donald Trump, but let's start with Hegseth, because he says today will be the most intense day of strikes on Iran so far, while claiming Iran's missile launches have dropped in the past 24 hours. Does this signal the conflict is actually nearing a turning point, or does this risk further escalation?
Well, certainly, Leigh Ann, there's further escalation in terms of the bombardment that the Iranians are going to feel from the U.S. military, as Secretary of War Hegseth said. It also signals that certainly there is more of a free hand of the U.S. military to strike in ways that it wants to because of the diminished ability of Iran to lash out with those launching of missiles. That doesn't mean that, Iran is on its back completely. It certainly can cause great harm. And we see the disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz as a point in case of just much the Iranians still have the ability to enact pain, in this case, economic pain on a global scale.
And it's really interesting because in the past 24 hours, President Donald Trump has warned Iran over the Strait of Hormuz, while also saying he may be open to talks. Does this mix of pressure and diplomacy suggest a real path to any negotiations with Iran? And you also touched on the energy prices and what people are seeing around the world, that as this war does cause shockwaves everywhere to the economic pain.
Certainly, Leigh Ann, the global world, all of our eyes watching this conflict and looking at the way the stock market has been affected and oil prices and around the globe, certainly looking at this and thinking, boy, it would be nice if this conflict wound down very quickly. And certainly we did see an immediate reaction in oil markets to even President Trump saying that this will not be a prolonged conflict. That said, the fighting is continuing. The Iranian regime is showing no sign of caving in and even agreeing to talks. It's been more defiant posture, and certainly the selection of Ali Khamenei's son, who's a hardliner, to carry on the policies of dad is not something that gives a signal of any sort of regime change or change of direction per se. So there's still this intense standoff, and we can anticipate at least days of more fighting as a result of that.
And Hegseth said the day after strikes on Iran will serve U.S. interests, and that is what matters most to President Trump and also the American people. But meanwhile, the German leader says the U.S. and Israel have no common plan to quickly end the war with Iran. What do you make of this?
Israel and the United States, of course, have very different approaches to this. For Israel, Iran has been an existential threat for decades. It's been arming these Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias that have been preying on Israel for decades and caused great economic harm, emotional harm for Israel, and for that matter, actually, to the Gulf states. It's been an ongoing menace of concerns, including Saudi Arabia having to deal with the Houthis, who were armed by Iran, hitting the oil sector there. So this is nothing new. It's something that's been out there. But for the United States, obviously, it's more of an economic and, of course, geopolitical in terms of brinkmanship on the world stage type of thing. But for nations that are on the receiving end of these missiles and drones, it is terrifying, and it has huge impact. And there's a desire to not be under assault, as it were. Now, for the Israelis, it's about getting the job done. It's about actually taking out the regime so it's no longer this existential threat moving forward, going back to a time in which Iran and Israel, for instance, before the Islamic Revolution, enjoyed relations together and a hope to get away from what has been a failed situation that has created so much havoc, not just for Israel, but across what is called the Shia Crescent, as you know, menacing everyone from Lebanon to Syria, Iraq, Iran, Gaza, and Yemen.
And just a quick thought on that, because I've been listening to a lot of coverage on this, and I've been interviewing a lot of people regarding this. And Jonathan, a lot of people say if they do want change of government in Iran, it's actually going to be about the US putting boots on the ground to make that happen. All this firepower is not going to cause that change that they're looking for. Would you agree with that analysis?
Certainly having boots on the ground, you enjoy, if that's the right word for it, that intimacy of what's happening on the ground, of being able to move forces over to different locations to force through certain policies that you want to see. If you're doing it from an arm's length of dropping bombs, yeah, it's very difficult. But then again, we've had situations in which the United States has had boots on the ground, and it hasn't affected the level of change that needed to happen to democratize the societies there. Iraq is a prime example. Afghanistan is a prime example. So there's no guarantee that boots on the ground would actually make the difference. At the end of the day, Leigh Ann, it comes down to, obviously, the Iranian people, trying to get in a position in which the IRGC is so weakened that they can then establish a government that is representative of them. There's been a lot of talk of the Kurds and the Kurds being armed and being able to fight their way through. Certainly that had great impact within Iraq and continues to have great impact with the Kurdish regional government and their ability to sway things that happen in Baghdad. The same type of scenario could be worked out in Iran eventually. I mean, let's face it, there are 10 million Kurds in a country of 90 million in Iran, and they are great fighters. They do have weapons, but nothing on the scale of what the Iraqi Kurds have. But the Iraqi Kurds would come in and help their brethren. That still is an option here. And then what the opposition's able to do, which has been completely pulverized and brutalized over the decades so that they are afraid to stick their head up because they get killed. Literally, 32,000 people were slaughtered, Iranian people, by the regime. So there's obviously this terror that still grips society there. But the moment that there is a sense that the regime is weakened enough for a wholesale overthrow, and that, of course, would include elements of violence to carry out such a thing, that's all stuff that could lay ahead. But ultimately, the IRGC has to be so weakened that such a possibility even becomes a possibility.
And President Zelensky has said Ukrainian drone experts are due in Qatar and also the UAE and Saudi Arabia this week. How much of a game changer will this be? Because we know Ukraine has been intercepting those drones that have been flown from Russia. They've got on-the-ground experience.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen those interceptors. They're remarkable. I mean, they buzz like crazy and they move rapidly and they do the job. It really can be a game changer. Right now, we've got this situation in which all these, attempts to neutralize these drones, the Shahed drones, one after another, it's a lot less expensive to manufacture those than the interceptors that take them out. And just the scale, the economic scale is just so imbalanced. But with these Ukrainian interceptors, it really is a game changer. Is it going to come in time? Is everybody going to be trained in time to be able to make a dent in this? If the conflict continues long enough, certainly it will. I would think that the surrounding countries of Iran that have been on the receiving ends of those Shahed drones and those missiles would want to have whatever defensive layer they have to be able to expediently, efficiently, and economically contain the problem. So the Ukrainians are well positioned to actually have an impact both in the near future, not immediate future, because it's going to take time to get this into place, and then long term.
Jonathan Watchell, as always, thank you so much for your analysis.
Pleasure, Leigh Ann.
Let's continue this conversation with Hanan Hussein, a senior expert at Initiate Futures. Hanan, thank you so much for joining me today. A top Iranian security official warned Trump on social media to be careful so that you won't get eliminated, while Trump claims the war is very far ahead of schedule. How does this personal rhetoric affect the risk of escalation in the Iran conflict? Because we are seeing this war of words.
Thanks, Leigh Ann. So I think, I'd view this as more of a narrative point scoring position. So, for example, when you look at right now, U.S. perceived leverage in terms of getting Iran on board with regard to, for example, a level of military destruction which the U.S. feels kind of facilitates its military objectives over there. That has kind of reached a pause. And on the Iranian front, it's more words of survival. So, for example, we see that the attack that you alluded to in terms of narrative is something which was in retaliation to President Trump's remarks. So bringing these two things together, I think this pivot towards rhetoric kind of signals in my view, a little bit of an exhaustion of leverage on both sides. So, for example, if Iran wants to step up its defenses, the fact that it cannot exactly come up to terms with an end game when it comes to the United States is something which is a point of weakness, in my view. And from the United States front, we see that the costs of prolonging the war are starting to hit back home. So when you look at these two dimensions together, there's a bit of a standstill which is coming in, which is why we should be on the lookout for similar rhetoric to amplify in the near future.
And after Iran warned it would block oil exports if US and Israeli attacks continue, how serious is the risk that the Strait of Hormuz now becomes a major flashpoint in the conflict? As we talked about consumer prices in the US, we're seeing this closing of the strait choking global oil supply.
It's very serious. So I think this particular pivot can take these things global, and something which would not necessarily confine the current tension to the U.S.-Iranian binary. It will obviously affect prices at a global scale. So a couple of things to consider. First of all, Strait of Hormuz, as we know, that it's very, very unlikely that many of the oil shipments, which are due to countries all around the world, are going to pass through in recent times because of Iran having a chokehold on that. But on that front as well, I think the Iranian weakness also comes into play because you want to keep a hold on it, but the Iranians are a bit unclear about what a permanent chokehold would look like. So again, it is less about Iran's own intent. It's more about kind of choking prices and coming in. And I think that's where I think the larger costs start to dawn in on both sides. So for example, when you look at the GCC, and we do see shockwaves being heard as far as Southeast Asia, tells you that the United States and Iran would naturally have to then heed into demands coming from various other sectors, be it their partners spanning continents, be it, for example, discussions happening in OPEC as well. And I think, when you look at the conflict dynamic, it kind of intensifies because this would kind of test the patience of governments that are willing to kind of coordinate business and public interest within their own territory. So a sovereign interest is kind of playing into the larger dynamic here, which threatens to widen as it goes. And I think this particular situation is also untenable. It's unsustainable. When you look at choking the Strait of Hormuz, that's one thing, but the implications coming from it are something which do not exactly benefit the U.S. and Iran, and obviously will test the temperatures and patience of key major economies spanning around the world, something which kind of puts U.S. partnerships as well as Iranian interests also on the line.
And Shehbaz Sharif has imposed emergency austerity and fuel-saving measures in Pakistan due to disruptions from the US-Israeli war on Iran. How vulnerable is Pakistan's economy to the ongoing Middle East conflict? And we are seeing these measures now come into place.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. So it's vulnerable on many levels. So first of all, Pakistan has limited forex reserves. There's been high inflationary pressure on the country as well. And Pakistan's history of, for example, procuring critical oil shipments from as far as Qatar are something that seem to be tempered and largely constrained. Pakistan is one of those countries which does not have a lot of strategic reserves on its back end. So the idea of kind of providing a buffer against these crisis situations is very limited. So I think Pakistan's austerity measures kind of signal a huge alarm within the country where I'm speaking from, when you have a population growth that's growing alarmingly, and as well as limited revenue scope. So Pakistan would naturally depend on kind of advancing diplomacy or seeking a peaceful end to this, because the cost coming in to bite Pakistan has little room to maneuver as well. So for example, the IMF structural constraints when it comes to their lending program is something that has been a long-standing constraint. So overall, the way the conflict pans out is having a more direct impact on Pakistan, and its ability and its lack of ability to shield itself from those external pressures is something which leaves it even more vulnerable in the times to come.
And I want to talk about where Israel fits in to all of this, if we can, because Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, says he'll probably travel to Israel next week. He's just been speaking in an interview with CNBC. And we also know that when it comes to an off-ramp to this war, Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel's goal is to end the Islamic Republic of Iran entirely, while Trump's administration frames the war differently. How does this difference in objectives affect the US and Israel's coordination and the potential duration of how long we could see this conflict go on for?
So let's take it one by one. When we talk about impact, I think it interferes with, for example, the level of coordination which both countries are willing to accept as something that is strategic. So, for example, Israel's tendency to kind of see an end to this very clearly is part of a larger rhetoric which we've seen evolve in terms of spillovers into Lebanon as well, in Iran as well. So largely influenced by domestic constraints about taking Iran forward. And I think that's something which could run into a collision course with the U.S. because at present, the United States has been signaling in terms of how much they want to stretch up its military arm. We've seen that there's been a lot of strong talk about strengthening those airstrikes, but at the same time, the U.S. economy is not in the kind of stable shape that it was a couple months ago. Statistics show that unemployment has been on the rise. There's a lot of public pressure. You have midterms on the line as well, and as well as the United States' own ability to come up and say that, this is the end goal that we promised in Iran and we've achieved it. So the tendency of Iran to kind of survive these shockwaves is something which kind of adds to a greater split. So to answer your question, the lack of certainty on a core objective is something which could wane long-standing goodwill between U.S. and on Israel, on Iran, and the lack of continuity or lack of focus on how you want to see this goal to see this military intervention end is something which points to a little bit of a shortcoming. So I think the scramble from Washington to Tel Aviv to kind of coordinate expectations could be a sign of kind of tempering expectations and landing on a consensus. Will that consensus favor the U.S. as opposed to Israel? I think that's the point where the Trump administration will have to bite the bullet.
Hanan Hussein, thank you so much for joining me. Great to have you on the show. Now, Asian markets staged a sharp rebound on Tuesday after oil prices tumbled, easing fears of a prolonged shock to the global economy. It came after President Trump suggested the conflict with Iran could soon be winding down, calming energy markets that had been rattled by days of volatility. Patrick Falk has this report.
There was relief for markets in Asia on Tuesday after US President Donald Trump said conflict in Iran is, quote, complete, pretty much. South Korea's Kospi led the gains, closing up 5.3% following days of volatile trade, while Japan's Nikkei 225 ended the day 2.8% higher. Australia's ASX 200 rose by 1.1%. Travel stocks surged as oil prices pulled back after charging past the $100 level a day earlier. A spike in the cost of crude since the conflict began has unsettled global markets. But analysts warn developments in the Middle East could keep energy markets on edge in the long term.
Because even if the current war in this phase draws to an end, we now have a new chapter of geopolitical instability in that really important region of the world for oil and gas supplies.
Elsewhere, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index rose by nearly 2.2%, while the Shanghai Composite tacked on about 0.6%. That after official figures showed Chinese exports jumped by more than 20% in the first 2 months of this year. It was almost 3 times the rate predicted by economists and puts the country on track to top its record annual trade surplus hit in 2025.
In 2026, China's foreign trade has posted a strong start, primarily driven by multiple factors, including recovering global demand, the release of policy dividends, pronounced industrial advantages, and heightened vitality among micro-market entities.
The release of the data comes as US President Donald Trump is set to visit Beijing early next month to meet Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Investors are eyeing calmer geopolitics to keep markets on steadier ground. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Now, President Trump has spoken to Russia's Vladimir Putin regarding the ongoing situation in Iran. The two leaders talked after the biggest spike in oil prices since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Trump said Putin wanted to be helpful to Iran as sanctions on Russian oil are temporarily eased. Take a listen.
I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive.
Let's discuss this further with former CIA official Ray McGovern. Ray, great to have you on the show. So we just heard there from President Donald Trump speaking with Vladimir Putin about the war in Iran amid these soaring oil prices and the easing of sanctions on Russian oil. Can Russia be considered a reliable partner for stabilizing global oil supplies right now?
Well, Russia can be a mediator, and that is what this call was all about. It's important to know who called whom. It was Trump that called Putin. Now, we talk a lot about market volatility, right? Well, what concerns Putin and Xi Jinping is presidential U.S. volatility, okay? Now, is there any good news in any of this? Yes, there is. Putin and Xi both realize that they have to treat this volatile president with kid gloves. And so when Trump calls Putin and says, in effect, can you help me out of this dilemma? I bit off more than I can chew. That call was not about Ukraine. Ukraine had nothing to do with it. He wanted to see if Putin could help him out by mediating an end to this thing. Now, the talks, I'm an old criminologist, okay, so I look at what the communique said, and the communique was quite interesting. The most operative passage was, I'm going to tell you right away that the conversation was businesslike. Now, the next word can be translated frank, and that has a negative connotation, but the next word was откровенный, which really means outspoken, straightforward, kind of frank in the way of being candid, okay? And constructively constructive. That's the way Ushakov, the fellow who works for Putin, described it. Now, I'm sure it was, and I'm virtually sure, because Putin himself called all those Arab leaders about a week ago, and talked with them. And then Lavrov, the foreign minister, said, look, you Arab leaders, they're sitting there right next to me. He says, look, I'll use an old Bedouin expression. You can't ride two camels at the same time. Okay, so you made your bed, now lie on it, he says. So there's a good cop and there's a bad cop. And in any case, the bottom line is the Kremlin has very, very great interest in serving as a mediator. The fly in the ointment now is Israel doesn't want to stop this thing, even though it's being pretty much pulverized. And Iran, Iran in the old days would probably accept this mediation without any question. But, they've been sold down the road by lots of people, especially the U.S., and they're not above thinking that Russia could sell us down the road as well.
So,
we're winning.
Ray, I just want to ask you a question, because apparently Vladimir Putin has held a phone call with Pezeshkian today. We do know that's the Iranian president. But, we're talking about Vladimir Putin right now and possibly mediating in the Iran war. But Vladimir Putin's come out and he congratulated the selection of the new supreme leader in Iran, Mujtaba Khamenei. He said congratulations to him. I find it quite interesting when it comes to Russia, and maybe you can give me more insight into this, but Russia have lost a lot of allies lately, Venezuela, Syria, and they didn't come to the rescue to help those countries. Why isn't Russia helping its allies at the moment?
Well, that's a good question, and the answer is that Iran is almost as strategically important to the Russians as Ukraine. I say almost. I think it's equivalent. I mean, it's Russia's under his southern belly, so to speak. All kinds of grief has come through that soft underbelly, okay? And so the Russians are not going to be sitting aside watching Iran be carved up, or much less obliterated, to use a favorite word of the president. So this is very important for the Russians. Now, as I said, kind of it's ironic, but it's a good thing that Putin is perspicacious. He's cautious. He doesn't want to irritate this very mercurial, this very unpredictable president. And the Chinese are doing the same thing. As a matter of fact, I would have thought that Xi Jinping would have canceled a visit of Trump to go to Beijing just a couple of weeks from now. They haven't. They have very, very matter of fact. We deal with everyone. So as long as they humor Trump, and as long as Trump knows that he needs them real bad right now, there's a good chance that Putin, acting on behalf of the Iranians mostly, and Xi Jinping as well, and Trump trying to extricate himself from this impossible situation, will be able to lean on the Israelis for Trump's part and come to some sort of resolution of this thing before the whole world falls apart.
So, Ray,
with the of the strait.
What I find fascinating is if Donald Trump was sitting right here and having a conversation with you, I'm sure he would say to you, the US have the strongest military. We are obliterating Iran. We are, destroying energy facilities. We've got rid of Ali Khamenei. They got rid of the Navy. They're going to attack the missiles. We've heard all of the rhetoric coming out of Donald Trump, which a lot of people would say is possibly a lot of talk, but also a lot of destruction has happened by the US in Iran at the moment. But I want to talk to you a little bit about intelligence sharing, because I know you are former CIA, so you probably know a lot more about this than I do. So reports do suggest that Russia is supplying Iran with intelligence to target US forces. What do you make of this?
I think those reports are correct. And when I compared notes with a fellow Russian specialist, I said, what do you think? And he said, one word, karma. Karma. In other words, that's precisely what the U.S. is doing for the Ukrainian forces in Ukraine. So why not Russia do the same thing slowly, carefully, and kind of below the surface? I'm sure they're giving target information to the Iranians, and the Chinese are doing the same thing with their very, very sophisticated intelligence collection ship right off the shores of Iran. What I would say, you said if I was in conversation with Trump, I would say, look, Mr. Trump, are you bragging about the worst mistake you could possibly make, and that is make a martyr out of the supreme leader, the second person in Islam? Are you bragging about killing 170 little girls between the age of 9 and 12? Is that what we're about now? So, Mr. President, you ought to really try to get somebody sensible to mediate this thing. And I'm really quite impressed at how gingerly the Russians have approached this. They're prepared to mediate, and and Trump needs them real bad.
Fascinating speaking to you, Ray McGovern. Thank you so much for joining me.
You're most welcome.
President Trump has been accused of not taking the conflict seriously enough after he joked about sinking Iranian ships. Speaking from his Mar-a-Lago estate, the US president told fellow Republicans it was more fun to sink ships than capture them. Take a listen.
In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why didn't we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true.
Let's go live to Washington now to speak to our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. That was, of course, Donald Trump's speech last night. Lots of people were watching that. But Trump did describe the sinking of 46 Iranian vessels as fun and a short-term excursion. Given the verified casualties on both sides, how is the administration responding to critics who are arguing this rhetoric is actually at odds with the gravity of the military activity right now?
Well, Leigh Ann, look, we've seen the administration double down in the past on President Trump's very aggressive rhetoric when it comes to this conflict in particular and past conflicts. It's interesting. We watched that clip of him speaking there in Florida. He was talking about a discussion he was having with a member of the military where he said, he was asking, why don't they capture those Navy ships? And the response he said was that it's more fun to sink them. Now, that was met in the room with laughter from some of those Republican attendees at that conference. But it certainly raised some concern in military circles here in Washington. You've had, again, recently with this conflict and the rhetoric around it from the administration, from President Trump himself, from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, you've had very serious criticism that this is making light of what is a very serious situation with U.S. service members being killed. Now, you've just had the dignified transfer of the 7th U.S. service member to have been killed in this conflict with Iran. And so you've had the likes, Leigh Ann, of Senator Tim Kaine. He referred to a previous comment of President Trump's when he'd spoken about the war being a short excursion. He described this as deeply disrespectful to service members. Now, that's the mood that I'm getting from a lot of the sources I'm speaking to within the military community. Again, this isn't the first time that President Trump has used this kind of rhetoric that seems very removed from the reality on the ground in this conflict, very removed from what service members are facing, the risks that they're facing as they participate in this conflict launched by the United States and Israel against Iran. And so there's certainly a sense that it's rhetoric not particularly fitting of the seriousness of the moment.
And Sarah, I did watch Pete Hegseth speak a little bit earlier, and he seemed a lot more measured and actually didn't seem as bombastic as he had been before. But President Trump has said the conflict is pretty much complete. However, with Iran's new leadership vowing to continue resistance, how do the president's claims of an imminent end to the war actually make any sense to the facts on the ground?
Yes, this is the question we've been asking the administration repeatedly since the start of this war. We're now well into the second week. And the question really is, what is the long-term plan here? And the administration hasn't, Leigh Ann, given a clear answer. Now, you're right. You heard President Trump coming out and saying that the war, he felt, was almost complete. But then you had the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He came out and said, look, this is just the beginning. So President Trump then, in that speech we heard on Monday, backing up the Secretary of Defense, saying that, yes, this is just the beginning. President Trump saying we could go further and we're going to go further. This is just an example of the very mixed messaging around this conflict in Iran. There are questions on Capitol Hill about the legality of this conflict. Most Democrats, Leigh Ann, as critical of the conflict. You've had Iraqi, Afghanistan veterans, American service members who've been on the front lines of America's conflicts in the past in Iraq and Afghanistan. They've spoken to Congress. They've told of some of the realities of war that they've faced, and they've warned as well the Trump administration about the potential for longer-term involvement the more this continues. You have had Americans now paying attention, of course, as you guys have been reporting. Here in the US, Americans potentially facing higher prices at the petrol pump. That will really put the pressure on President Trump. He's made an explicit promise to Americans that he would lower those prices. And you've also, Leigh Ann, got a lot of focus here on the fact that whilst the administration is championing and expressing its victory, if you like, over the Iranian Navy and the success they've had in their military campaign against the Navy, what Iran has shown is that they don't need that Navy to successfully disrupt transport through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's clear, despite the rhetoric coming from the White House, that this is a vastly different reality on the ground. And Leigh Ann, one further point that I want to raise, because a lot of people are talking about it here, particularly humanitarian groups, military veteran families, about the reality of war and the impact of it. And I want to read you something from UNICEF, from one of their spokesmen, James Elder. He was speaking about the fact that we've had the reports, of course, about the attack on the school in Iran at the start of the war. There's new video that's just been released that seems to back up claims that it was a US strike. Now, he said, here we are, another war. He said the tolerance for the killing of children seems to be expanding. The killing, he says, of a single child should stop us cold. So there is really a sense that the rhetoric around this conflict, right from the start, it is undermining the reality that US service members are facing, but also, Leigh Ann, the deaths of Iranians and people in the conflict on the ground.
Sarah Firth, as they say, a lot of the wars are won on propaganda, but very interesting. Thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. The price of oil drops after Trump makes assurances, but his Secretary of War promises the most intense day of US strikes on Iran. Meanwhile, Russia's Vladimir Putin holds a phone call with the US president to discuss the ongoing conflict and a solution to the global energy crisis. But critics say Trump is not taking the war seriously as he jokes about sinking Iranian ships. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International media coverage of the Iran war has centered on escalation, economic shock and strategic uncertainty. Outlets highlighted continued strikes and retaliation across Israel and the Gulf, alongside concern over disruption to oil flows and the Strait of Hormuz. Reporting also stressed global consequences, including rising energy prices, market volatility, and political fallout in Washington and Europe. In America, the media has focused on the domestic fallout, especially rising gas prices, market volatility, and political risks for the White House ahead of midterms. Coverage also stressed strategic uncertainty, highlighting mixed messaging from Trump and debate over the war's costs, goals, and duration. The New York Times outlines how Americans are already experiencing the economic ripple effects of the Iran war. It highlights that gasoline and diesel prices, warns also of knock-on increases in food and airline costs, and stresses broader risks to jobs, markets, and growth if the conflict continues. Drawing on economists and industry voices, the piece frames the impact as manageable for now, but potentially severe over time. Overall, it presents a clear, consumer-focused snapshot of early wartime economic pressure across the United States economy today. The Wall Street Journal reports growing pressure on Donald Trump to find an exit from the Iran war amid rising oil prices and political risk. The piece highlights tensions between Trump's public optimism about a quick end and advisors' private concerns about prolonged conflict and backlash before midterms. The report shows mixed messaging on strategy alongside economic worries and shifting public opinion. It portrays a White House balancing military momentum with mounting domestic and political constraints as the war continues. The Washington Post examines the scale and implications of early U.S. strikes on Iran, revealing that the Pentagon's estimate that $5.6 billion in munitions were used in just 2 days. It actually frames the figure as fueling congressional concern about depleted stocks of advanced weapons and also long-term readiness. The piece contrasts Pentagon's assurances with analysts' warnings about sustainability, shifting tactics, and global force trade-offs. Overall, it presents the campaign as costly, strategically complex, and politically controversial. The Washington Post also looks at who could be the winners in this conflict. Max Boot argues the Iran war benefits Russia and China more than the United States. He contends higher oil prices strengthen Moscow, while U.S. resources diverted to Iran weaken support for Ukraine and also distract from Beijing's rise. The article frames the conflict as indeed strategically misguided, warning it drains U.S. military capacity and focus. Overall, also, Boots presents the war as costly geopolitically, with long-term consequences outweighing any short-term military gains for Washington. The Economist focused on why MAGA backs Donald Trump's war for now, arguing that support rests largely on personal loyalty to Donald Trump and his preference for swift, forceful strikes consistent with America First. The analysis shows many supporters see the conflict as indeed limited and justified, despite isolationist rhetoric. However, the piece stresses that this backing is conditional. Dissent exists and could grow if the war drags on or requires ground troops. Ultimately, it frames the conflict as a defining test of MAGA loyalty. British media has focused on the UK's role and readiness, including debates over military deployments, alliance politics with Washington, and criticism of the government's cautious response. Coverage also stresses domestic impact, highlighting rising energy costs, market uncertainty, and political pressure tied to the cost of living crisis. The Times examines Britain's cautious military response as Keir Starmer's government signals it is unlikely to send an aircraft carrier to the Middle East, while Emmanuel Macron deploys a major French naval force. It actually highlights the UK's slower approach, tensions with Donald Trump, and reliance on limited assets. Generally, the piece portrays Britain prioritizing NATO commitments and defensive operations while facing scrutiny over readiness and its role in the escalating Iran crisis. The Guardian argues Donald Trump delivered vague, contradictory messaging about the Iran war, declaring it partly won while insisting fighting would continue. The analysis portrays a press conference marked by unclear goals, shifting rhetoric, and market anxiety as oil prices rose. It actually highlights criticism from Democrats and confusion among allies over strategy. The piece presents the intervention as lacking a coherent endgame, raising doubts about leadership, clarity, and the war's trajectory. And we'll end with the Times of Israel, which explores the emerging gap between the U.S. and Israel over the Iran war as oil prices rise and political pressures mount. The piece highlights weaker public support in the U.S. versus strong backing in Israel and notes Washington's shorter-term priorities compared with Israel's security concerns. The piece argues the U.S. may seek an earlier exit, while Israel wants Iran permanently weakened. In essence, it portrays diverging interests, with Trump holding significant leverage over Netanyahu despite growing domestic opposition. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Viewers, from the strong international presence of global defense and military companies at the World Defense Show, we now turn our focus to speak with some of these companies. Among them is one of the world's largest defense industry companies, well known for delivering a wide range of advanced defense products. The company has maintained a major partnership with Saudi Arabia for decades, with deep ties to Saudi companies and to the kingdom's military institutions. We now have this interview with Mr. Nick Fox, Vice President at Base Systems for the Typhoon program, including the Eurofighter Typhoon serving in the Royal Saudi Air Force. First, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let us begin with localization. At Base Systems, you have stated that you have achieved more than 80% workforce localization. Saudi Arabia places strong emphasis on developing qualified Saudi talent in partnership with Base Systems. Where have you reached in this area?
So at BAE Systems, we're really passionate about giving people careers in defence, but also making sure that they have fulfilling careers for the remainder of their working life. We do that through a number of means, through working on cooperative programs with local universities, so making sure that the students that come out of university are coming out with the skills and abilities that the nation needs for the defence industry of the future. Within BAE Systems, we have really strong partnership programs and development programs for our graduate community as well. That's been in place since around 2020, where we take graduates in, we train them in project management, engineering, finance, and I'm really pleased to say we've had a 100% conversion rate from those programs into real jobs that provide real careers and real practical learning for the theory that our students learn in university.
At Base Systems, we are truly passionate about providing people with careers in defense and ensuring they have fulfilling professional lives. We achieve this through several initiatives, including cooperative programs with local universities, ensuring that graduates leave with the skills and capabilities the kingdom needs for the future defense industry.
So the partnership between the UK and Saudi Arabia is about 100 years old, if not longer. And as BAE Systems, we've been working closely with Saudi Arabia and local industry for 60 years now. Over that 60 years, at the heart of what we do is working in partnership to deliver the defence outcomes that the nation needs, but also to work really closely with Saudi industry to find a way of transferring the capability that will provide real cutting-edge capability and help to develop a stronger defence outcome at the end of it. Throughout the Typhoon programme, localisation and industrialisation is really at the heart of what we do. Over the years, we've been successful in transferring a number of capabilities to our partners in Kingdom that are now used day in, day out in supporting the Typhoon fleet across Saudi Arabia.
Practical learning complements the theory students study at university. Saudi Arabia is also highly focused on technology and local manufacturing within the kingdom. At BAE Systems, how are you supporting the kingdom in this effort? especially as technology transfer and local manufacturing are central pillars of Vision 2030.
So as I said before, we have a big focus on developing the talent and the skills we need, and also through working with local industry to develop and step up the capability that we can then utilise on whether it's Typhoon, Hawk, Tornado platforms, a number of defence programmes we run. In terms of the future, it's about doing more. It's about building on what is an absolutely solid foundation that is absolutely part of the DNA of what we deliver now, and it is doing more. It is finding ways of developing new technologies with Saudi Arabia. It's around expanding the role that the Saudi Arabian industry does in supporting the platform, supporting the armed forces to deliver the defence outcomes they need, all the while providing meaningful and fulfilling careers for specialist individuals for many, many years to come.
Vice President of Base Systems for the Typhoon program. Thank you very much for these clarifications. Thank you again for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Iran has a new supreme leader. Just days after the US president said he wanted to have a hand in choosing Ali Khamenei's successor, Iran has shunned reformists and opted for the continuation of hardline rule. What message does it send the US and Israel? As the war enters a second week, we'll debate the latest. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. You have a special guest today with over 450 appearances, 48 goals, played for Forest, Newcastle, Spurs, Villa, England. He was a League Cup winner 2007 and 8, thanks to me, going penalty away. And PFA Young Player of the Year 2002-03, Jermaine Jenner.
Thank you very much.
Welcome very much for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Mad Gang.
Is JJ the first guest? I think he is.
Nice.
He must have had somebody else.
Second.
Yeah.
Siddy, we had Siddy.
Oh, you had
Siddy
Siddy.
Second
guest. Yeah,
Thank you.
Second
No, that's
guest.
Sean.
Oh, Sean,
Oh,
yeah,
this
as
is
well.
going, yeah. I felt special for a
What's
second.
going on here? Bang out of order. We've had Lescott. Hold on a minute. Just,
I like it.
Just cancelling everyone out, man. No, what happened to our friends? We said the same thing the last time.
It's kind of the start of a new season, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's where his head went. Pre-season, new season.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I get it.
So, what we've been up to this week, Bridgie?
You go.
Me go. Mate, I've had a heavy week. So I had a. First of all, I had a wedding on Tuesday night.
Oh yeah,
got messy. So you know when your two worlds collide. So I do a bit of work at Brentford, do a bit of coaching and ad hoc. So there's some of the guys there, great guys, the Brentford coaches. So I've been going into that with my professional head on. Do you know, like, you go to a football club, you know, I'm responsible for looking after the players, helping them. But it was actually with the lads from Lillishall. It was one of the guys' weddings. So you know when you ain't seen your mates who for years and they're like, they're 15 last time you saw them, 16. So by the end of the wedding, like you're acting like a 16-year-old and you're throwing burgers around the wedding party.
Burgers.
Mate,
Showed him the real
What the hell's going on in this wedding?
Yeah, so like the mask slip, JJ. This is what this is good for. I feel like people can come here and say, so that happened. Ended up in the back of my mates. The wedding finished at 1 a.m. And then you don't want to stop there, like Tuesday night in Manchester. So we're searching. One of my mates is a delivery driver, so he had a white van. So it's about 6 of us in the back of the white van driving around Manchester looking for a bar.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
It was a great night, mate. It was a great night. We've seen your old mates.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. Done that, mate.
Nice.
That was good. What else I do? I had the boys played a tournament.
Cool.
In Bedfont. Both of them on a Saturday and Saturday and Sunday.
Bedfont. That's
Bedfont
near
in Feltham.
My neck of the woods.
Yeah. I didn't. Your name was mentioned.
Was it?
Yeah, your name was mentioned.
When you come around them zones there,
it was exalted. People were like, this guy.
Yeah?
Okay, King of the Manor.
I like it.
Yeah, no,
well,
it was
I
good.
don't know about that, but
yeah. There was we had the little fella got to the semi-final, and then the big fella. He won it on the Sunday, so there's a little bit of friction at home.
Oh, is nice.
there? One of them won a tournament, one of them didn't, but that's football. What else did it? Yeah.
Kids playing football is class, isn't it?
Do you know what? We had one of them. We had one
football.
So good, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. We had one of them
intense,
moments.
Yeah.
I need to tell you this. We had one of them moments on Saturday where they're playing against semi-final. This kid's got fouled. There's a foul. The ref didn't give it. A fella's chirping up at the ref, and it was getting a bit heated. And the parents, and you're like. And then guys had to come onto the pitch and tell the parents to calm down.
Yeah, it's mad.
And it's just, the geezer's just gone again. And it's just like, I'm thinking, oh, mate, do you know, like, only kids football does that to people.
Yeah.
Normal people sends them mad, doesn't it?
Yeah. I run the line on a Saturday for my daughter's team. Cool. It's like the best thing I do. So good, but obviously, like the parents give it to you every now and again when you're giving certain decisions. I'm having to give a few looks, like don't even know the rules.
Biased.
I just shut your mouth. Do you know what I mean? But no, those like kids football. It's so weird, like when you kind of in our world and it's like go. You're playing football, then you retire, and then obviously you stumble across like your kids get to that age, don't they? Where all of a sudden you're mixing with different dads, different people, and I find it amazing, to be honest with you. I really enjoyed it, and then it was like on a Saturday. It was one of the things actually that kind of pulled me back from doing Match of the Day so much, because on Saturdays I was always in Manchester and it was like such a long day, and my daughter was playing and I was like, I'm missing it.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need to just get back down there, and running the line, man, you hear some stuff.
I've done that.
I wouldn't want to be a ref for a kid's game.
Mate.
Nah.
Do you know what happened to me? I got dragged in. I got stitched up. Mate, I've gone there. I'm all like, I've got designer wear on. Yeah,
it's a bad start.
So I just because I was gonna just watch the game, then I was gonna be off because I had something to do.
Okay.
So
what did you have to do?
I had things to do, man. On a Sunday, you know what I mean? Let's go to church. So I was dressed to the nines, innit? And then no one, like all the other parents, I think they'd had their turn to do it.
Right. Okay.
I was the only one. I'm like the guy that. Not interested in it. I've come in designer wear, head to toe. They've asked me, I've gone, you want me to run the line like this? I said, they go, Colton, you've never done it. I was like, do you know what? I'm going to do it this time.
Your turn.
Mate, I'm on the side, on the grass with my Travis Scotts on.
That's not going to work.
And the worst thing about it, I said, do you know what? I'm not moving from this spot. But because I've never done the line before, mate, it's hard work, you know.
I know.
Mate, you got to keep on line. Listen, I was getting all the calls wrong because I couldn't keep up with the team. So when they're bolting for, I'm like, oh man, and I'm there hobbling. And you know I got to hobble with it.
That's why I don't do it. It's easy way to get out of it.
Yeah, I did say that, but I had to do it this time.
What do you mean? The way you get out of it?
Well, I can't run, can I?
What do you mean you can't run?
I've seen you bouncing around places.
I've seen you.
That's under the influence.
I've seen you dancing on the ceiling.
You fooling.
Yeah, but I wake up in the morning, mate. I can't get down the stairs.
Mate, I call you Lionel Richie, mate.
And you enjoy pain. There's a difference. You know what I mean with us lot.
So running the line, that's a no-go for me. But it's nice to go and watch the kids and that. But I get so frustrated at kids football because. When you like my son, I tell him something. Now he's playing academy football. But when I used to tell him something, he's actually good. He'll go and do it. But then some of the other players are not as good. and he gets frustrated. I can see he's getting frustrated, so I'll get frustrated too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, why didn't he just pass the ball there? Why didn't he do that? And I'm thinking, these guys are kids.
Yeah.
I'm talking to this guy like he's a man. Like, I'm looking, did you see that pass? How did you not see that pass? It's bang out of order, isn't it? So, and that's why parents, I can see why parents get really frustrated.
Yeah.
And they get all uptight on the side of the pitch because you can see, and you want your son to score, didn't you? Or your daughter to score. So he's like, pull it on the plate. Why are you so? He's so greedy, man. He's so greedy.
Demands.
My father-in-law, he's the worst as well because what he'll do. Oh, mate, he hasn't got no filter.
Right.
So he'll just say what he sees,
and doesn't realise the parents.
Doesn't realise so as soon as he says it, I'm like Homer going into the bushes.
You just got to be quiet and let him enjoy the game.
And then I'm back to my missus. I'm like, come on, calm him down. It's embarrassing us. He watches this as well, and Pete, he knows. He just got no filter. Good old Pete. But yeah, what else have you been on? What have you been doing? Like you usually.
He's been quiet this week.
You've been quiet.
I did get a
I played golf.
Yeah.
And then I went Joel Dommett's 40th.
Yeah. This is the cheese sandwich story. The cheese.
What are you got to bring up cheese sandwich for? Right, look, it was a good party, to be fair. It was good. Sam Thompson turned up. You know Sam?
I love him.
Yeah,
what a
great
guy.
lad. He just done that challenge. Is it cycling and running? Yeah.
Did he?
But like, you know, everyone walks in, don't they? Say, "Oh, mate, amazing." I was just like, "You made a meal of that, didn't you?" He goes, typical Wayne Bridge comment. I was like, "No, well done, mate. Well done."
His calf blew up.
Yeah, his car, yeah, bad.
His whole leg was bandaged, wasn't it?
I didn't. Yeah, bad.
That's
fair
a
play
pure
to
soul.
him.
That's a good word for him. Pure soul.
Oh, he's a great lad.
Great lad.
He brings so much energy, doesn't he?
Chelsea
like a
fan.
little kid. Yeah.
Chelsea fan. Oh yeah, because he's done that. He's made in Chelsea.
Yeah.
You can see that when I see him in the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked really like warming. Like I wanted him to win. He's a top guy, isn't he?
Do you know JJ?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know him well. Yeah. I've just come across him from working in television for years. But I think I worked with him like one time on this show I was doing called MOTDX. And then I think I saw him.
That's a good show, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it's not anymore because it's not going. But it was a good show. Yeah, they lost something there. But and then I remember I went to House Festival. Like Soho House did that festival in the summer, and I was just walking through. And
I saw you.
Yeah. And I just saw this guy just like in the distance just running, and I was like, and it was him, and he just made a beeline for me, and literally next thing I know, he's ran and jumped in my arms, and I've had to catch him. I've had to catch him midway, and he's like rubbing my head. He's like, oh my god, so good to see you. And I was just like, this guy's energy is mad. It's hard to not love him. Do you know what I mean? He's a great guy.
Everyone does. Yeah, it was good though. A lot of dancing. It was good. Yeah.
So that must have been. There's a lot of vibes at that party then. You and him together.
Cool, right. Lee Mack was there. He's a good lad.
I love Lee Mack.
Yeah, great lad.
How quick is he?
He's
got to be
wicked.
sharp around those comedians, don't you? Like he's
What's that 1% fit? Have you watched that 1%?
I saw it last night.
It was on last night. It was quite funny.
I know.
Hey, he went out first.
Who went out
first? The ref went out first.
Yeah.
The ref
I
went
saw
out
that.
first.
I thought Marlon Harewood would have gone out first.
Who was it?
Marlon Harewood was on it.
Marlon Harewood was on it.
I can't remember. It was out early as well, weren't he? They were talking about that.
If you went out, mate, I would have done all right,
Would you get in?
I was thinking, I'm all right.
See, that's where you get sucked in.
I'll tell you what.
What
did you do?
Come on, man.
Oh, the chase. We had a poker night round my house. And we were having a good time. My missus come run up and go, Carlton Cole's on the chase. And we were like, what? He's on TV. So we're playing poker. We stopped to watch him on the chase.
Oh, yeah. It was quite bizarre, isn't it?
It was bizarre.
Yeah, because me on the I was playing poker with you lot, and then all of a sudden I'm on a TV show, and I'm watching myself fail. And
when you got a question right, it was like,
yeah, and I was like, yeah, I knew that.
Fair play to you. Fair play.
But listen, this is like, what did I do this week? I didn't. Oh, actually, I went to watch my son. He had finals at schools. He had district finals. So yeah, he played and didn't really do too well.
Wow, you're calling him out on
listen,
on the airwaves.
He knows, because he'll be watching this. And, but do you know what it is? I think because he's had such a long season, so he started from grassroots to the start of the season.
Right.
You've been on trial with one particular club, done really well, aced it, and then didn't get in. and that was quite of a sucker punch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to ace a trial and not get in.
Yeah.
So that takes a lot of energy away from you, and so I've been trying to just like be a dad.
Yeah,
try
of course.
and help him through that. Then you went to West Ham and you signed with West Ham now.
Good.
Oh, you pulled the Carlton card.
Well, no, because he's a good player. He's actually a good player.
Was he a
you know what I
striker?
mean?
Or?
Striker.
Okay.
He's a striker. And my older son's up at Hull, so he's down as well.
Oh, wow.
So he's just got a girlfriend as well. So that's a whole new thing that I've got to deal with this week. I met his girl, and I'm like, mate. So
How old is he?
He's 17. Well, the older one's 17 next week.
Wow.
So you had to do the meeting, the girlfriend thing.
Yeah. So I was doing the dad thing.
It's better that way than the way I've got to do it with my girls. If you bowl through my door at 17, bro, it's not happening.
Do you know what? I was a good guy. I was a good guy.
We were all good guys. We're all good guys.
I was a great guy. Like, you would love to have me walk through your door.
Who would you rather, Colt or Joe?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Anyway, moving on swiftly. That's
1, 2, and 3.
Bridget, I choose your poison. Choose your poison. Choose your poison.
It literally is.
I think, listen,
Yeah, that's
all
Can I want to throw that there?
Go on.
Players you've played with.
Yeah.
Who would you want your daughter to come in with? What players are like? You like? That's a good guy.
That's
Mason Mount. Mason Mount.
Michael
Did
Carrick.
you play with him?
Scott Parker.
Yeah, good
Scott
guy.
Parker,
Yeah,
Scott Parker.
I'm going Michael
Parker.
Carrick.
You like Lionel
Carrick's a
Richie?
good guy.
Michael Carrick.
Yeah, good guy. Good
Yeah,
guy.
Michael, yeah.
Solid guy, Carrick. You know. The thing is, like we all know, we've all been on like Christmas parties and so on. And you know the ones that you've tried to drag into a few situations. Man, Carrick was a solid. He was just like, one of those guys you come out, have a good night, but then he's just going home.
Yeah.
I was always just chasing the night. I was just like, there's got to be something else to do. Do you know what I mean? There's always a couple of like.
Look at me, I'm 43. I'm sitting in the back of a white van, riding around Manchester at 1:30 in the morning trying to find something.
Yeah,
But
but
you know what?
I like that though in somebody as well.
it's good.
If my daughter's going to meet someone, then
Gotta be real.
I just think they've got to have that little something as well. Haven't they? Do you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna have to chill them at some point.
Yeah.
So,
Do you know what?
not
I'd
too
go for
boring.
Saka. I wouldn't mind.
Bukayo, yeah.
Bukayo Saka's a lovely kid, isn't it?
What about the opposite?
Christian boy?
What about the opposite? Who's not coming through the door?
Oh, mate. I'm not, definitely. Definitely not me. I'm not. I don't know.
God.
Oh, man.
There's too many.
Too many. There are too
Basically,
many.
all of the above.
That's true. It's very true.
Everyone's got some kind of nonsense that they go through.
We know too much. That's the problem.
That is the
we
problem
know too much
in our industry.
Yeah,
and then we've got a bad rep as well.
Yeah.
People like myself and you.
Yeah.
And all of you lot. You've given me a bad rep, you lot. And I'll play on it. I'll play on it. Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Jay, what have you been up to?
A lot of golf this week. Yeah, I've been out twice this week. Twice last week playing golf.
You love golf, didn't you?
Mate, I'm obsessed with it. Like,
What do you play off?
Two is my handicap. Yeah, so I'm non-stop playing, mate. Yeah, when I retired, it was 2018 when I first took it on. I don't know, there was just something about it that I just. Originally, it weren't even the golf. Like, let's be honest. Like, you don't take it serious like you two, but you like going out.
Love it. Yeah, love it.
And I think almost like that kind of like mental health part of it. Of like, there's nothing else I do where I get my phone, I stick it in my bag, and it don't come out for 4 hours. And I just talk to my mates. Do you know what I mean? And we go around. You play. I'm competitive with it, but it's still the best thing I do with regards to like just walking, talking. I think as men in particular. Like, there's not really a space like pubs it used to be, didn't it?
Yeah.
No one really goes down the pub anymore and just chat. So having a group and keeping it competitive. I like it, but it's just like
it's
you can't go to
different,
the,
It's not. It's lovely being on a golf course.
I think so. And going to the pub every day and getting on the sauce. This is it's a bit like you know.
I didn't get into it when I was playing.
No, I didn't.
I didn't either.
I was like, no, but I wanted to. It's not like I went in a few lessons, but I was just like, do you know what? With my swing, I was practicing my swing and I done my back. I blew my back out.
Yeah.
And then,
Sorry, kids.
Stiff, innit?
You don't strike me as someone who can rotate.
I I'm like,
You got to have that short backswing and follow through.
Like the Buffalo don't have them sort of movements in the lockup.
Have you had loads of lessons?
Activate your glutes.
Loads, yeah. I mean, I have lessons. Like at one point, I'm having them like once a week. Then when I kind of get it, like I get to summer usually, I just leave it alone. I play. But as soon as winter kicks in again, I'll be like once every other week.
I had one lesson. It just sent me sideways.
Yeah, it does some people. I've had like 4 different coaches though. I mean, you got to find the one that works for you.
Really?
Yeah.
What I'm doing this summer, because the boys are starting to want to play, I'm going to go over like it's a little par 3 course, like when they're and just go and have lessons with them, and play the little 9 holes and just try and get to a level they get into it.
Yeah.
Because playing with your kids would be great.
Yeah,
they'll be better than you, I reckon.
Of course they will. I'm terrible.
It's like, because Carter's had lessons. He's 9, mate. He's better than me.
Mate, I saw him. See, like in that little video that you sent.
Yeah.
I see him practicing.
Yeah, mate.
Like, he's got it to a T, innit? With the little
Technique,
leg.
yeah.
Really?
Kids are free though, aren't they? That's why
brilliant.
kids are free in their minds. Whereas we're like, gotta get it here, and you think about it way too much, and that messes
I
up.
have like my life flashes between my eyes by the time I hit the ball backswing. There's so many things going on. I'm like,
That's hitting like baseball, you know.
I played with him in Intel like about 3-4 years ago now, or something like that, at the Shire in this golf day, man. These two are giving gimmies that are like off the green. It's off the green, and they're like, "That's fine, JJ, take that." And I'm like, "Mate, I ain't trying to win this tournament. Like, I'm not getting up there with some mad amount of points that I've won."
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, mate.
But yeah, that's
it. That's golf for you, though, man. That's golf life.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Like, listen, we've got to talk about your career, JJ.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Let's start. Where do we want to start? Where would you like to start?
No, Nottingham. Because
you want to start Sunday League?
I didn't play Sunday League, bro.
You didn't play Sunday League?
No, I'm strictly academy boy.
Seriously?
Yeah.
From young age? What age?
Like, I was at Forest from the age of like 9.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, 8 or 9, and then like
straight in.
Yeah, that's it. I started playing football in teams at the age of 7.
Okay.
Like my dad was a coach.
Your dad was a player, right?
Yeah,
Semi-pro.
he played semi-pro. Like he played for like Shepshed, Nuneaton, Borough.
What's your dad's name?
Dennis Genus.
Dennis Genus.
Yeah.
Big up, Den.
But then he went into coaching.
And he's saying pirate radio.
But he was a good coach, and he was like in my area, so he was coaching people like Darren Huckabee. Michael Johnson, who went to Notts County, he was at Notts County as well, so he kind of developed them as kids, and I just used to go along whilst he was coaching all the older kids, and it got to an age when I was about 5 or 6, and he was like, "Oh, just come and do these drills." He's just doing like figure of 8 drills, step overs, and I was joining in, and he was just like, "Geez, he's like better than this lot." So it can't. And then obviously you get the bug, but yeah, Forest from the age of 9, and it was, you know, it's like Tuesday, Thursday, centre of excellence type times, and I just kind of
centre of excellence
worked my way through basically, and so no Sunday League for me. Thankfully, those leagues were brutal, man. I used to go and watch, and it was just like
I used to love it.
Did ya?
So much freedom.
I think you learn a lot at those times.
7 to 14, I think I played Sunday League. Yeah.
Did you? Who did you play for?
Oliver's Battery.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, terrible. They weren't terrible. We go up to the Premier League, get relegated, win the first division, go up, get relegated. It was a bit like that all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at least you're learning those things.
Yeah.
So I think that you don't get
enjoyable.
taught those things really as a kid, because you're just playing, and all of a sudden it's like you go to play first team football, and it's like, no, every single point matters here.
Yeah. That's the problem they're trying to address with because they're doing a lot of good things with the academy, and one of the things that when they go, and I know people I talk to, there's not a the kids want a league. They want to know where they are. If you're Brentford and you're going to be playing against Chelsea, Spurs, Arsenal, Fulham, like it's right. You play the game and it's like a friendly every week.
Correct. Yeah.
They don't get tournament football until they play an actual tournament. But that
needs to matter, doesn't it?
That needs to matter. I think up to 16, maybe 13, 14, start playing a little league. The kids would love it. It's important.
Yeah, I think it is, definitely. I see, because obviously when you're working in an academy, they kind of mirror who they're playing. So one will be, say, the 14s will be at home, the 15s will be away, and but 15s will be with the 16s, because maybe one of them's going to be getting bumped up because one of the 16s have gone up to the under 18s. So they all get the experience, but it's a game program where you have to nurture it to what because say Crystal Palace, for instance, they were known for being a robust team, and so what they would organise between themselves, say, okay, well, we want to practice passing out from the back.
Right.
So what do we need this week? Let's try and get a team that won't let us do that, and we still have to. So the games program's really good for
Really?
that. Yeah, just to tailor what you're going for. Yeah,
Really?
That's what you've got to do.
Crazy,
Yeah, so that's what it is now. But I don't know what it used to be back in the day. I think everyone used to mirror what the first teams play.
You just go and play.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's all tailored now,
Richie,
mate.
there's so much that goes into the development of young kids. It's like every kid has. My little boy played in a tournament in Burnley the other day, and he's got clips. He's sending. I'm in Munich doing he's sending me clips of like things he's done. Wow. So they're getting that level of detail. So if you're smart now, as a young player, and you can take on information, you've got all the information there to help you as a player, ain't you?
Yeah. Because you got cameras.
Yeah.
Like, see, look, when we were growing, we didn't have no cameras. So
I don't know if I don't like that.
I know
I
what
wouldn't
you
have
mean.
enjoyed it as
When
much.
I used to, remember we used to go on like England trials and stuff like that. They always did like the filming of the training sessions, and then you'd sit in meetings for hours, wouldn't you, while they were filming training? And you used to do my nutting. I used to think like,
but you got a VO now, and you got a huddle.
Yeah, but that's because we wasn't used to it, JJ.
Maybe.
Maybe. Do you remember Techno Dave?
Yeah.
Do you remember Techno Dave? Was he there with you?
Yeah.
Dave. Like he was like the first guy I'd ever seen to video training, and then, like we'd be in like. I think we talked about it.
We did talk about Techno Dave.
He could get like Sky Sports News off of a coat hanger in Moldova. Howard Wilkins,
he's the guy that didn't stitch you up. Is he the guy that didn't stitch you up?
A lot of guys didn't.
You know what? I do when you went out, you weren't supposed to be out one time.
There's a lot of that.
I do remember going to La Manga once with England. I think I was with the 21s or something. It was like a post-season tour.
Yeah.
And I remember Harold Wilkinson was there. I think with the first team.
I was there.
I was going to say, and you probably trained where he had the headset on.
Oh God, yeah.
And he had all the speakers around the pitch and all that. And the first time I saw that kind of level of technology, it was like it was.
Oh, this is serious.
Oh my God, yeah, it was. It was. You were watching it thinking,
these guys know what they're doing.
I was here for a post-season bit of a jolly up. This is legit.
Yeah.
Man had the beat speakers on the side of the bit. But the thing was, I remember him like because he had the.
It does make sense though.
And he would like say, and he'd be like, Coley, tuck in.
Yeah.
And he'd forget he'd have the speakers and he'd go, oh shit.
Well, we're joined now by Iran's ambassador to Cairo, Mojtaba Ferdowsipour. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for joining us. This war is now entering its 7th day. Israel and the United States say that they are stepping up their attacks. What are your contacts in Iran telling you about the current situation on the ground?
Yes, as you mentioned, the war has entered its 7th day. Of course, when the United States and Israel launched this aggression, their idea was that they had designed a rapid lightning war against Iran and that they would quickly achieve their objectives. But now, as you noted, 7 days have passed, and neither the United States nor Israel has achieved any of its goals. Their assessment was that Iran would surrender immediately once this aggression began. But Iran has now clearly demonstrated its ability to resist and confront them. As far as I know, when American officials talked about this war possibly lasting 3 to 4 weeks, Iranian officials responded that we are prepared to continue for even a year if necessary. I think we should look at the conditions on both sides. So far, Iran has not requested assistance from any party to enter the war on its behalf. What is evident is that the Americans have pressured others, even the Ukrainians, to provide them with drones. They have pressured South Korea to send its weapons stockpiles towards Israel and U.S. bases because they are facing shortages. They have also pressured NATO and European countries, even using economic threats, to push them into the war. But we see that in Europe there is strong opposition to expanding the scope of the war and to its continuation. As for Iran, the situation inside the country is under control and being managed. However, the Americans and Israelis have shown their malicious nature. Their crimes have not been limited to military targets or defensive lines in Iran. Most of their attacks have targeted schools, sports stadiums, mosques, and hospitals. Approximately 11 hospitals have been targeted so far. This is not the kind of real ethical warfare that they claimed they were pursuing in search of a quick victory. I think time will ultimately clarify the positions of both sides in this war.
Now, 13 people, 7 of them civilians, have been killed in Gulf countries since this conflict began 7 days ago, amongst them an 11-year-old girl in Kuwait. Why are Gulf countries being hit when they say they have nothing to do with this and they have done nothing to provoke Iran?
I believe the issue is quite clear. The United States has military bases across these countries. Prior to the outbreak of this war, through our consultations and contacts with their leaders and foreign ministers, we asked them not to provide logistical support, bases, or their territory to American or Israeli forces. If American bases in those countries become the launching points for attacks and aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, then the issue of sovereignty for those countries changes entirely. You also know that incidents have occurred in the region, in countries such as Azerbaijan, parts of Turkey, and even in some Gulf states, where we saw provocations by Israel. Israeli drones were sent towards civilian gathering points in order to create the impression that Iran had attacked those countries' sovereignty and security. What is on the agenda of the Islamic Republic's military and defensive front is targeting bases controlled by the United States. We have never violated and will not violate the sovereignty or civilian conditions of these countries.
Now, Iran says it is targeting US bases in the Gulf, not Arab neighbors, and yet civilian sites like airports, hotels, apartment buildings have been hit. Isn't that difficult to reconcile with what your government is saying?
ببینید بعد از اینکه ایران پایگاه‌های ایالات متحده آمریکا رو در سطح After Iran targeted US bases across the region and American forces suffered heavy casualties and some bases were destroyed, American forces moved into hotels to seek safety. We have highly precise intelligence about these movements. American forces are enemy forces and are aggressors against us. Wherever they are located, they will be targeted. We ask the governments of the region not to shelter American forces or provide them refuge. Under international conventions and treaties, a country has the right to target enemy military forces wherever they are located. Enemy forces cannot hide somewhere and expect such shelter will grant them immunity. Therefore, our request is that American forces leave the region and stop their aggression.
Now, Ambassador, your foreign minister says that Tehran is ready for a US or Israeli ground invasion. Do you think that's a real possibility at this stage? And what will Iran do if Kurdish fighters from Iraq cross the border and enter the conflict?
Being prepared for something and it actually happening are two different matters. If the United States enters such a scenario, it would be committing a second major strategic mistake in its aggression against Iran. Is Iran prepared? Yes. Iran is prepared on all fronts. Iranian forces have already strongly struck bases belonging to Kurdish groups opposed to Iran and are closely monitoring movements at US bases across the Kurdish region. Iran has close relations with the Iraqi government. We also have security agreements both with the central government in Baghdad and with the Kurdistan regional government. Guarantees have been given to Iran that no such actions will be launched against Iran from Kurdish territory. However, the Americans have shown that they sometimes use criminals or mercenaries, as we saw during unrest in Iran, before launching broader military operations. They may use such groups for ground attacks. We are fully prepared. But I would also advise the Americans not to commit another strategic mistake. Instead of thinking about entering Iranian territory for ground operations and committing another strategic mistake, they should focus on securing Israel's border with southern Lebanon so they are not caught off guard in the coming days and hours. A ground incursion by resistance fighters there will happen soon, and it will become a major disaster for Israel's northern front.
Now, we've heard President Donald Trump saying that he must have a role in choosing Iran's next supreme leader. And I wanted to ask you, what is your response to that?
Mr. Trump is a major criminal in human history. The title he has given himself as a leader of peace is a lie. Presenting himself to the world as a promoter of peace is a great deception. He is an international criminal. His aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran proves this. Even more importantly, the hands of the United States are stained with the blood of our children, including young girls in schools in Manab and elsewhere, and with attacks on hospitals, including maternity facilities, where newborn children were being cared for. Mr. Trump has absolutely no right to insult the proud Iranian nation or attempt to determine Iran's future. It is the Iranian people, with their long historical and civilizational legacy, who will determine their future leader through a legal process.
So, who do you believe the next supreme leader will be then?
First of all, we will not allow Mr. Trump to make such strategic mistakes. Comparing Iran to Venezuela is fundamentally flawed. Trump should study the history and civilization of Iran. What matters is that the process of selecting a leader in Iran follows the Constitution. Currently, an interim council has been formed and composed of the head of the judiciary, a member of the Guardian Council, and the president. This interim council has already held several meetings, around 5 or 6 so far. All powers relating to war and peace are currently in the hands of this council. It will present leadership candidates to the Assembly of Experts, which will ultimately choose the next supreme leader. Given the wartime conditions, I believe the Assembly of Experts will conduct this process remotely. I believe we will see the chosen leader announced in the coming days. The Interim Council is currently handling this responsibility following the assassination and martyrdom of the Supreme Leader.
Ambassador, can you see the so-called Venezuela model being applied to Iran, whereby an individual chosen from the leadership in Iran is chosen to work alongside the United States? Would that work?
That idea reflects a lack of understanding by Trump and the current leadership of the White House about Iran's history and civilization. As I said, Americans should study Iran's history more carefully in order to truly understand the country.
Now, let me ask you this. Are you seeing any countries coming to Iran's assistance? Because some people will be wondering, where are allies like Russia and China right now when you need them?
Various proposals have been made through high-level consultations between leaders and foreign ministers. However, so far Iran has not requested assistance from any specific country during these 7 days of war. What you see happening in Lebanon with Hezbollah, Iraqi resistance groups, and others is not the result of a request from Iran. Rather, they feel a moral and religious responsibility to stand with Iran. Regarding Hezbollah specifically, the situation in Lebanon is unique. Since the ceasefire last year, Israel has violated the agreement around 15 times, and over the past 15 months, roughly 500 Hezbollah members have been assassinated. What is happening now in Lebanon is not because Iran asked for it, but because those groups see it as a legitimate self-defense and retaliation for those killings. So I emphasize again, in these 7 days, Iran has not asked anyone for military assistance.
We've heard the UN rights chief, Volker Turk, talking today about the need for cool heads. And he's been saying that the warring sides need to pull back and give peace a chance. Is there a chance for peace at this stage, or do you think it's too soon? And as an extension of that point, if negotiations are held, who could Iran trust to be a credible mediator?
The reality is that the aggressive actions of the United States, together with Israel, have killed the peace process and destroyed international trust. Actions taken by the United States under President Trump against countries such as Venezuela and Iran, and its participation in the killing of people in Gaza, have undermined the international system. The biggest obstacle to peace right now is the lack of trust. Trust must be rebuilt. Peace could not be within reach, but rebuilding trust requires international institutions to act. They must condemn the aggressor and take steps to stop the war. We do not consider the United States to be a credible candidate to lead a peace process. We no longer have the trust in the United States that existed before. However, Iran has always advocated peace in the region. We have never abandoned diplomatic solutions or negotiations as a way to resolve regional crises.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Iran's ambassador to Cairo, Mojtaba Ferdowsipour, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Iran has a new supreme leader. Just days after the US president said he wanted to have a hand in choosing Ali Khamenei's successor, Iran has shunned reformists and opted for the continuation of hardline rule. What message does it send the US and Israel? As the war enters a second week, we'll debate the latest here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Sons often feel pressured to live up to the reputation of their fathers. Ali Khamenei's son has the extra weight of war on his shoulders. 56-year-old Mojtaba Khamenei has been appointed Iran's new supreme leader. Not only does it mean the Khamenei name carries on, it also flags a continuation of Iran's hardline governance.
Iranians may have disagreements among themselves, but they are Iranians. They stand for Iran and will not cooperate with you in breaking Iran apart. Besides, our people have seen what happens when the US intervenes in the region. You intervened in Iraq. What happened to the people of Iraq? You are not concerned about the people of Iran.
Ali Khamenei was in power for almost 4 decades. Can his son cement control amid one of Iran's most vulnerable periods in modern history? Equally vulnerable right now are oil markets, with prices on the rise. President Trump says short-term pain is a fair price to pay for long-term peace. Is he right? Coming up, we'll ask our panel, what message does the appointment of Khamenei's son send to the US and Israel? Was it a strategic mistake to launch attacks on Iran's fuel depots? And how divided is Iranian society as the war enters a second week? Joining this discussion is Arzu Rashidian, a healthcare professional and long-time political activist for a free, secular Iran. Kieran Undrew is back with us, political commentator and doctor of political economy. And rounding out this panel, Joey Mignot, strategic political advisor. To all of you, thank you and welcome to being here on Counterpoints. President Donald Trump made it clear that he thought the US should have a say in who would become Iran's next supreme leader. But, not surprisingly, Iran's Assembly of Experts vehemently disagreed with that. Not only did it not seek President Trump's advice, but it appointed the son of the leader the US assassinated. So, as the war enters its second week, Iran is doing everything it can to show defiance and perhaps more importantly, continuity within Iran's hardline forces. Arzu, let's start with you. Does the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei indicate that the US and Israeli strikes have had little to no impact on the direction of Iran's leadership?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Absolutely not. We know that this was going to happen. It's actually, as an activist in 2009, Mojtaba a hardliner, and we expected something like this to happen. The attacks haven't knocked out the regime completely. This is a deep-rooted regime, 47 years. So we knew that someone would be appointed. This is survival of the fittest. The regime will do what it needs to do to contain, as much as it can, legitimacy. So none of the Iranians are surprised. We knew that this would happen, and it's not something that is, validating the regime for us. It's how long they're going to stay in power.
Mm-hmm. Kieran, what do you think? Is this a sign that the US and Israel have been ineffective in forcing the leadership's hand, or is Azu correct in the assertion that this was always going to be the case?
Well, first of all, I don't think that the Israelis aspire to have a new leader, like, for example, the son of the late Shah, or an individual with a political coalition underneath them that is able to step up and fill the void of a 47-year-old state formation as exists in Iran now. I don't think that's what the Israelis are after. I think what they're after is chaos. I think they're after anarchy, actually. I think they're after a failed state and the kind of Iraqification of Iran. That suits their geostrategy and geopolitical ambitions in the region very, very well, which is to say, to become the regional hegemon without any counterbalancing or counterweight force in the region. And that's been stated. I mean, plenty of examples of Israeli statespeople, people in charge of Israeli statescraft, repeating that often. So that's the first thing. I don't think there's any intent in doing that. Second thing is, I see absolutely zero evidence, and perhaps our guest can present me with some, but I see zero evidence that there is an alternative waiting in the wings to the current regime. And, again, whenever I say this, I try and strike a nuanced position on this, but often that nuance gets lost in the heat of the debate. I am not in favour of the regime. I'm also not in favour of failed states and countries being bombed and civilians being killed and toxic fumes being released to run amok in a city. Those fumes cannot discern whose lungs belong to regime and supporters of the regime and whose lungs belong to the good and innocent people of Iran. They don't make a distinction, right? So, and I'm not in favour of girls' schools being bombed, by the way, using AI. I'm not in favour of any of those things, no. So, and I do have to say, look, you're Iranian, our other guest is Iranian, I don't want to impugn you, but I do find it extremely difficult to get my head around the idea of somebody in a safe place urging the bombing of their country when things like girls' schools are being hit. Mm-hmm. That, to me, is quite astonishing. I struggle to get my head around it. Maybe we can elaborate more on that in a while. But no, I see zero evidence of these green shoots of alternative power bases rising up to fill the vacuum that will inevitably be left by the decapitation of a 47-year-old regime. Mm-hmm. If someone can present me with solid, reliable evidence, not Saudi-backed evidence or, US-backed evidence or Israeli-backed evidence, if someone can present me with genuine evidence that is a credible route forward, that there is a credible route to that, I'd be very happy to review that evidence.
Okay, Joey, I'll bring you in just a moment, but Azu, respond to those comments from Kieran. I mean, who is waiting in the wings? Can
There is someone. It's the transitional leader, Prince Reza Pahlavi. He has for decades has said, if you were to go back to his words, he has said exactly what it is. He wants a democratic, free, secular Iran. He is someone who will lead a transition, a coalition, and have, a democratic transition for that. He is the leader. This revolution is different. From January, from the 1st, when the protesters came out, it is completely different this time. They are calling out for his name in the streets of Tehran, all over Iran. This is the difference that we have been waiting for as an activist for so long. It was for someone's name to be called out, which is Prince Reza Pahlavi. And for 47 years, they have been rooted. But I do think that the US and Israel and the rest of the world are aware that there needs to be a change. And the people of Iran begged for change. They wrote it on the walls. They came out in the streets. I mean, we can't compare a cloud of black smoke to what the regime did within the past 2 months. I mean, you're talking.
Were they begging to be bombed?
Killings.
I mean, were they begging to be bombed? Were they begging for elementary schools?
But we're talking targeted attacks. That's what every single Iranian wants. Targeted
fantastic
attacks.
Pinpoint targeting. That, yeah.
They are targeted attacks, and that is what has happened, and that's what is going to occur. They are not going out there to bomb. I totally disagree. That is
that in your heart of hearts. And just
the
to say
Iranian
on
people.
On the late Shah's son, this is a guy who declared himself leader of the Iranian people and the Iranian state in 1980.
That's not true.
The year his father died when he was 19 years old. And he's been living in Connecticut ever since, the Fresh Prince of Connecticut. You know, I struggle very, very strongly to believe that if you drop this guy in Tehran right now, forget the regime, say the regime wasn't there. If you drop this guy in the middle of Tehran right now, he wouldn't be. I think he would be.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna pause it for a second. I'm going to bring Joey in, and then Arzu, I'm going to come back to you. Joey, is the Shah's son a viable alternative? Does the US and Israel want chaos in the region, like what Kieran is asserting, or is a firm and stable Iran better? And can they have that with the current leadership?
So I'll answer those kind of backwards. One is that no, they can't have a stable state. The region will not be stable with the current regime. Although I do find it really funny and kind of interesting that the Supreme Council is now, I guess, in favor of hereditary succession. And so we've kind of gone backwards into monarchy. So we are kind of arguing for two different flavors of monarchy at the moment. So I think that aside, no, the United States doesn't want chaos, and I don't think the Israelis do either. I think that the global energy supply is predicated upon a stable Iran. I think the regional partners, I think Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Lebanon, Jordan, I think the rest of the Middle East would very much like to see a stable Iran that wasn't a threat to them. And as far as, pinpoint strikes and everything else, it's really easy to sit there and say that when if you're at a Marriott or something in Dubai right now getting hit with suicide drones, right? Like we had friends of ours that were stuck in Dubai and their hotel got struck by a suicide drone, right? They're not a military target. But that's what the Iranian regime decided to strike back at Western partners and allies of the United States. If you're one of the, I think there's plenty of things to go around to say that, but no, I don't think the United States or Israel for that matter, but primarily the United States. I'm less of a fan.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you in a minute, Kieran. Let's let Joey finish up, because Joey, I want to ask you: is Reza a viable alternative here? Do you agree with what Arzu says on that?
Yeah, I think he can be a viable candidate, a viable transitional leader. I think there's no reason why he can't be. But ultimately, I think that any path forward would require consent of the Iranian people, and I think that's kind of where the Democratic Republic side of things would come in and allow the Iranian people, instead of commentators on here or anywhere else, decide. I think the Iranian people ought to get a say in who that is, and if there's a transitional plan in place in which they can go out and have free and fair and actual elections. And choose kind of their own destiny, then I think that's what the United States would wholeheartedly support, as several people in the administration have said already.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just wanted to touch real fast on Mojtaba Khamenei. I just want everyone to know what kind of individual this person is and bring this back. He is a hardliner. In 2009, when the Green Movement happened, I was an activist and I worked on a project on Samsung and Nokia that was providing spyware technology to track protesters. And that actually went forward in the European Parliament. And we brought, a huge voice to that. He is in charge of the secret police. He is the fundamental leader of that movement of secret police of the Basij. He has a strong, connections and ties to the IRGC. He is extremely dangerous. And having him be the chosen, as the supreme leader without even any consent with the Iranian people or anything, this is a show to show. This is why there is talk of ground troops. I just want everyone to understand what happens inside of Iran. He will start mobilizing the cities, and they will start tracking people that do come out, because we're hearing it from Prince Reza Pahlavi, and we're hearing it from President Trump and from Israel, that is ultimately up to the people of Iran. With him being the person that is chosen now, it is extremely dangerous for people of Iran to come outside, because he will track them. We're talking 220 hours of no internet. When my family tries to get a hold, it's just quick. Hey, we're fine. That's all we can get. I mean, you're talking, this is a blackout during a targeted strikes inside of Iran. I mean, this is what the regime does. I want us to focus on what the regime is capable of, and what Mojtaba is who he is. I think that is so crucial to know what kind of dictator, authoritarian, regime we're dealing with.
Whether or not that's true, though, Arzu, is that he is the leader, and why should the US have a say in who should be the leader of Iran?
I just want to jump in off the back of that, please.
Okay, all right. Let me just get an answer from Arzu on that, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, I think that this regime needs to go. It is complete regime.
But why does President Trump get to say who he thinks should be?
He actually hasn't said who gets to be. He said it is up to the people of Iran. He keeps repeating that. It is up to the people of Iran. But when you're oppressed and you have an authoritarian government that is in place, how can we expect people to go out? They killed over 35,000 people within 2 months. It is so hard to see my family members want to go outside inside of the streets of Tehran when they know that they're going to be killed. I just want to give you a picture real fast of what happens when they protest. Standing next to me could be one of you, any of you, plain clothes right next to me. And then in 2 seconds, I will turn my head and someone like you has snatched my friend up. That is what that regime does. And I just want people to understand what kind of, they are so barbaric that we can't even grasp it. I mean, you have internet cut off, 35,000 dead within 2 months. What more can they beg for when they're writing on walls and graffiti, President Trump, help us?
Okay,
They're
all right,
begging for it,
Kieran.
and they don't even care. Give up the oil.
Doesn't it show, though, Kieran, that there is a point there? I mean, if people don't have the ability to rise up, how can you criticize them for not taking back power?
I'm not criticizing them for not taking back power. I'm saying that I do not believe for a moment that the right course of action in that scenario is for a wanted war criminal and a lunatic who's trying to distract from ties to a paedophile bombing a country is the way out of it.
Keir Starmer, or are we talking about Mendelsohn or Prince Andrew?
I'm going to finish my point because there's so much intellectual clutter in what both of you said. I think we need to untie it unpick it bit by bit. Number one, you're either lying or you're not apprised of the information, because Donald Trump did specifically say he wants a hand in who the next leader is. So what you said is not true. Number two, Saddam was a terrible guy. We all know that Saddam Hussein was an awful guy who tried to run a genocide against the Kurds in Halabja in the early 1990s. We know that. And it didn't change the fact that the outcome in Iraq was an unmitigated shit show. It was a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades of total and utter Pandora's box, the most horrifying political outcomes you could possibly imagine, including ISIS. Okay? So the fact that it was an awful regime didn't change the fact that decapitating it with no viable alternative after the regime had spent a long time, the Ba'athist regime had spent a long time bedding itself in, didn't change the fact that it turned into a failed state, and that out of those failed states, all sorts of horrors of a higher magnitude emerged. Okay, that's the next thing. The other thing is,
the difference is they fund terrorism.
If you keep going on about how awful the regime is, and I don't disagree with you necessarily. I think there are some things to question in what you're saying. Like, I don't think the 35,000 number has been verified, and I think we should ask for verification of those numbers. I don't think
Amnesty International said over 10,000.
Okay, all right, wrap it up for us, Kieran, because I need to hand it over to Joey.
It de facto mean that we support it. If we question the number, ask for evidence. I think that's what any sane, rational person should do. But I don't disagree with you that the regime mistreats its people very badly. But again, why is Benjamin Netanyahu the right person to lead this cavalry? In that case, if you're talking about people who treat people terribly, the guy is a wanted war criminal. So on all sorts of levels, it's completely insane. And the problem that you guys have, the final point I want to make is, the problem that both of you have is you say America doesn't want chaos, Israel doesn't want chaos. Fair enough. I can't prove that that's what they want. I can't prove their motives. What I can say is that that's what we're getting right now. International energy markets spiking, the highest levels since the inflation of 2022, which was the highest inflation in energy markets for a very long time.
I am going to come to oil markets in just a moment. We're going to come to oil markets. So I just want to quickly hand over to Joey before we get into the, I was going to say drill down, but that seems like a bad pun. Joey, just weigh in on that. I want to know your point of view on that. And also, is this a sign that perhaps the system in place is more resilient, more immune to external effects than the US and Israel want to acknowledge?
As far as the regime goes, I think they're resistant. Obviously, they're fighting back and they're hanging on to power. I think that's part of it. As far as what President Trump wants to, I think what he wants, right? I have not been in the room and I'm not him, but I can look at Venezuela as a pretty good model of why he wants some say in what happens. Right? You look at Venezuela and you say, well, Maduro's not there and everything was going to be awful. It was going to be chaos. That's what you're telling us now, except for it's not. The vice president took over and the country is relatively stable. And we are. Yeah, but you point to Iraq like it's the exact same thing, and it's not. Like I spent 2 years in Afghanistan.
Kieran, just let Joey finish so that we can move on to our next segment.
Venezuela?
It simply isn't the same thing. You're trying to compare two things that aren't the same thing. The Ba'ath regime is not the same as the regime in Tehran. 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan is not the same thing that we're talking about here. So if you want to compare apples to apples, then be fairly critical of all the other things that are going on. And so I think we can look to recent history, not something that happened 20 years ago. So if you want a good example of what I think the Trump administration's policy is or what they're going to do moving forward, would be more of that, which is why he wants some input and who a transitional leader is, someone he can work with. He wants to find someone that the regional partners, that Saudi Arabia, that the Emiratis, that the Israelis, that the Jordanians, that they can think that they can work with as well. And I think that's a smart and sane choice, not just taking an American puppet and throwing him in there and hoping for the best, or an Israeli puppet for that matter, or anybody's puppet.
Who is that going to be?
I think that there's some thought going to, because we don't. I don't know. I think that the
exactly.
Is a viable candidate. But no one knows. You don't have an answer to that either. And your idea is the status quo. And I think that's laughable. The status quo is gone. There is no status quo. The regime has got to go. And I think the world's better off for it.
Okay, we're going to move.
Infrastructure, destroy the government, and then Venezuela is a terrible analogy. I mean, a really terrible analogy.
Because so is Iraq, and so is the Ba'ath regime.
So is Iraq. Why is Iraq a terrible analogy? Tell me. Why is Iraq a terrible analogy? Go on.
Because we haven't been there for 20 years. President Trump wasn't the president then either. I don't know. You're talking about completely different political leadership. The entire U.S. government has changed since then. We have different cabinet ministers. We have different leaders in the military. There's a whole different generation of people. It's a completely different analogy. Like, it's not the same thing. Like,
why? It isn't. Why
I know you really want it to be because it serves the narrative purpose better, but that just simply isn't true. If you want a better example, it would be Venezuela. You're
totally wrong. Sir, you're completely and utterly wrong.
That's fine. You're fair to think that.
I would love
and I just want you guys to know that
I would love everybody to be safe.
Does have.
Okay.
He has a book.
Kieran, just wait a moment. Let's let Arzu have a say, and then I'm moving us on. Arzu?
Thanks. Yeah, I just want everyone to note that Prince Reza Pahlavi does have a transitional plan, and it's all laid out in there. It's over 100 pages, and he's got a large team that can work on this. He is not saying, I want to go back to a monarchy. He wants what the people of Iran want. He wants a free and democratic, government, yes. And he wants the people of Iran to choose. And I think that he is the one that he is the qualified leader. I mean, I can't express this enough that for 2 months, this is what the people of Iran protesting and fighting for were saying. It's on the walls of Tehran, all throughout Iran, not even Tehran, small cities that have limited access to internet and communication. They even listed it. I mean, I just can't express that we can't. Why are we even arguing? He is the transition.
Show us the evidence.
He will be the one to help Iran.
That there's a groundswell of support for him in the country, such that he can take on a state with 92 million people in it. Show us the evidence. Don't just ask us to do it on trust.
You're talking about people that support the regime as well. And let me just let you know, the people that support the regime inside of Iran, majority of them, and we have facts that they are paid to come out and to protest. This is a fact that we know of. So if you're going to say,
and again, the Israelis pay people too. It doesn't matter.
All right. I'm going to move us on because we need to cover off a few other topics or else we're going to run out of time. So I'm just going to put a pin in that and we're going to move on to looking at oil infrastructure because on the weekend, Israel targeted 30 Iranian fuel depots and those strikes attracted criticism from an unlikely ally, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Now, he posted this on his social media. I'm going to bring the post up on screen so that everyone can see it. He wrote, "Please be cautious about what targets you select. Our goal is to liberate the Iranian people in a fashion that does not cripple their chance to start a new and better life. The oil economy of Iran will be essential to that endeavour." Joey, does Senator Graham have a point? Is targeting oil infrastructure counterproductive to the US and Israeli war goals?
It's kind of funny. You actually put me in between a rock and a hard place. I have to agree with Lindsey Graham for once, which is not something I'm very comfortable doing. But normally I disagree with him vehemently on a lot of things. But in this case, I think he's 100% correct. I think that the Israelis are wrong for attacking oil infrastructure in Iran. I think that we ought to preserve as much civilian infrastructure and energy so that they do have a chance, so that there is they can rebound from what was already a failing economy more rapidly. And I think the fastest and safest way to do that is through the energy markets. And I think oil and gas and some of the derivatives of those products coming out of Iran as quickly as possible once this is all over is a key component to one, stabilizing global energy markets, but also building confidence with investors worldwide that this isn't going to be business as usual, and that we are not trying to have a repeat of say Iraq or Afghanistan, where there's no thought of what's happening next. And the fact that Lindsey Graham is the one that's going out and cheerleading for this says a lot about, I think, the direction that a lot of U.S. politicians are moving in, which is to say, like, hey, we don't want to do that again. So don't attack civilian infrastructure, don't attack oil and gas pipelines, because ultimately the Iranian people are going to need, and a lot of them are employed in this industry, they're going to need jobs. They're going to need ways to stabilize their family and be able to provide for their families after this is all over. And I think it's a critical and key component for the future success of Iran, regardless of who the leader is. That's the major industry in the country. So you're going to need to have these things. So despite the fact that my better judgment says typically don't agree with Lindsey Graham, but in this case, I think he's 100% correct to criticize Israel in this case.
Arzu, I know that you support intervention in Iran. What about these comments from Senator Graham? Do you think he has a point that they shouldn't be targeting infrastructure, or can you see Israel's plan here of economically crippling the country?
I mean, we're torn about it as Iranians. We discussed this. So here's the thing. The oil is the lifeline to the regime. So that's the way that their revenue comes in. So that's their revenue maker. That's for the military. That's, for it, we're seeing it both ways. It weakens the regime. So hitting these, I do agree. It's half and half for me if I were to say it. And as Iranians discuss this, that we think it's that, targeting all of the oil refineries, probably not the best idea, but this is maximum pressure. And so what it does is it weakens the regime and it weakens their money. So in order to get rid of this regime, they have to weaken point by point of this regime. So in some points, I agree with Senator Graham. And then in some points, I do see what Israel is doing.
Kieran, what do you make of that?
Well, Lindsey Graham obviously doesn't know his attack partners very well. This is what the Israelis do. They target desalination centres. They target civilian infrastructure. They've been speed running it for 80 years on the Palestinians, and especially precipitated in the past 2.5 years since October 7th, of course, in Gaza. This is what they do. So if he's shocked, but I'm pleasantly surprised at his innocence and jejune-ness, but I welcome it. I think that bombing, and you can't be 50-50, by the way. Either you're in favor of bombing the oil or you're not. You can't have, you could be morally split.
We're in favor of some.
You could be morally conflicted, but in the end you have to pick a side on that one, because you can't just bomb half of the civilian infrastructure or the oil infrastructure.
No, because it weakens the regime.
It makes no sense. You either take it all out as a strategy or you leave it in. And we haven't even actually really talked about why this is all happening. Why? What was the clear and present danger of Iran right now? What was the threat of Iran? It was absolutely nowhere near weapons-grade nuclear threshold, enrichment of uranium threshold. It wasn't even really, it didn't even really have a civilian program again since the June bombing last year, the so-called 12-day war. The President of the United States, who we're now supposed to believe is galloping into Iraq now with all manner of good motives behind him and truth on his side, and we're supposed to believe everything he says and let him have a hand in the next leader, he was saying in June last year that they bombed the capabilities back into the Stone Age. And therefore, we didn't have to worry about nuclear Iran for another 100 years, and that the regime was lying when it said that it still had some capabilities intact. So why the hell are we even doing this now? Why are we setting fire to one of the most important, the most important energy region in the entire world, with very palpable, discernible, tangible effects on global market commodity prices already, with very serious longer-term macroeconomic consequences in the form of inflation, which isn't just some abstract...
All right. I'm going to get a quick response from Arzu, and then I'm going to move us on because we're going to start running out of time. Arzu, why are we even here?
It makes household consumer bills spike. And that is not something that's going to be popular. This war's already unbelievable.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Kieran. We'll get a quick response from Arzu.
Yeah, we did see when they pulled out of the JCPOA that Iran started enriching uranium. Let's just be real about some of the things that happened.
Kieran, just let Arzu finish so that we can move on.
The fact is, thank you. Yeah, the fact is that hitting some of the oil targets now, hitting water reserves, things like that, definitely Iranians are not for. But again, the revenue of the regime, the IRGC, it is the oil. That is where they feed into their proxies. So for us, I would say not hitting all. And I think Senator Graham, I think that he was cautious the way that he worded it. And I reread it a few times and I saw the comments underneath his post on X. Iranians said thank you because they know, this is just, it's a sensitive moment. But maximum pressure, we've tried maximum pressure. It is now to weaken the regime at this point. And that's why I think that having it, being able to be as an Iranian to say 50-50, yes, knocking out half of it to tighten their grip on the finances, that is what we want for regime change. Every time they strike, it is weakening the regime's finances. And that helps weaken the regime's infrastructure.
Well, why stop at oil then? Why not bomb? Why not kill all the people that you suspect support the government? And why not kill all the people?
Well, I think that they are doing that. I think that they're trying.
Okay, all right. I'm just going to move us back on. I'm going to move us back onto oil. I'm going to move us back onto.
Khamenei's dead. I'm just going to say it. Khamenei's dead. So I think that they are trying to do that. It's get Khamenei. Now it's get the
Why
other
stop
Khamenei.
at oil? My point is, if you want to destroy anything that props up the regime, this is a serious question. Why, if you want to destroy anything that props up the regime, why stop at oil? Because there are loads of economic inputs.
Okay, all right.
Oil is the number
Joey,
one, but I just want to say the IRGC is in schools. They took their camp. They understand that they're threatened. They are in elementary schools where children are. They based their camp. They went out of their military zones and they brought their camps inside of schools. This is what the regime
very
does.
familiar. I've heard this from the Israelis.
All right, I'm going to turn us back on to civilian infrastructure just to get us back onto this topic so that we can move on. Joey, I want to ask you, President Trump, is he correct in his assertion when he said that short-term pain on oil markets is worth long-term peace? Is that going to fly in the US?
Absolutely. Yes, I think there will. I think for the first time in a long time, at least a generation or two, we have a political leader that's not making a decision based on day-to-day opinion polls or whether he thinks that something's going to be popular on the internet or something or not, right? And so I think that we finally have a leader that will say, okay, no, we're going to get the job done. We're going to go in and we're going to finish this. And if there's short-term pain, then we'll do that. And the same thing happened with tariffs and a lot of the other things. And a lot of naysayers said that it was going to cause this and it was going to do that. And then ultimately it didn't. And I
when
think
we see the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, though, Joey, is there a concern it's not going to be short term?
I think that it will reopen. I mean, they're moving a third carrier strike group into the region to ensure that it remains open. I think the other part of that was just the insurers in London decided they weren't going to insure any traffic moving through the strait, which I think had a big thing. And the DFC corporate, like the United States government, is going to start backing some of those ships and insuring those ships to ensure that ships can flow through the strait again. So I think the short-term pain will be worth the long-term gain of a stable Iran. But moreover, I think you just have to look at a slightly bigger picture for him. Is that domestically, the United States is a net exporter of oil and gas. So if you want to look at the political ramifications for him in a midterm year, it's not going to impact him nearly as much as everyone seems to think it does, because it will have very minimal impact at home. I think that the markets that you're looking at are going to be countries who've given up their energy independence, like the UK, like Japan, China, who got most of their oil from Venezuela and from Iran. And I think those are the countries going to be the hardest hit. And I think the president's going to sleep fairly soundly at night. If
And
that's
Joey,
the case.
I'm not an expert
the rest
on
of the
oil,
world.
but
The
the United States, as an American, as Americans, we have nothing to worry about. We have one of the largest oil reserves. And Joey, maybe you could touch on that about the SPR. Like, I think Americans need to be reassured that we have a large oil reserve inside of the United States.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's a safe assumption. I mean, aside from the fact that Joe Biden drained a lot of our SPR and the Democrats refused to pay to refill it, that's definitely not helping situation. But at the end of the day, the United States is a net exporter of energy, whether it's oil and gas. And now we're moving to do a lot of nuclear energy as well. So I think from an energy perspective, I think the United States will be fine, which allows President Trump the flexibility to endure some of that short-term pain for him as a world leader.
Iran has shown no let-up, though, in its ability to mount drone and missile reprisals at Gulf states, for example, including targeting energy infrastructure across the region. Arzu, have the US and Israel been less successful in crippling Iran's military than they would have us believe?
No, I think we haven't even hit. What I'm waiting for is they've been focusing more on Tehran. I'm actually waiting to see when they're going to go into other cities inside of Iran that have a large military capabilities, uranium enrichment. There are nuclear sites in multiple cities that we as Iranians know of. I think we're at the tip. We're weakening the regime. So I think the US and Israel have, they've touched the iceberg, but they're now drilling into the iceberg, if I were to analyze it in that sense. We are at the surface of it, and we're not even near what the capabilities that this regime has. And I do think that this actually shows with the missiles that we see footage of inside of Iran. Iran launches missiles that are failing and they're landing inside of Iran, and they're targeting strikes that absolutely have nothing. I mean, U.S. embassies make sense. U.S. military area makes sense, but hotels and things that they're doing, I mean, it's chaos. And I think that the regime is aware.
But
and
the fact, Arzu, that they can still reap that kind of chaos as you describe it, and the US and Israel have not been able to rein them in 1 week into this conflict. I mean, have they underestimated
I think they're
things
down
here?
like 90%.
Joey, go ahead.
I think there's fewer launches happening every single day, and I think in the next few days it'll be nearly zero as far as what they're doing. So they're not launching at the same rate they were on day 1 and day 2 and day 3.
But they haven't certainly stopped. I can tell you that for.
They haven't stopped, no. Well, I mean, I know there's probably people that live in the region that could attest to that they definitely haven't stopped, but it's not at the same level. I know that but it does take time. We have to find the launchers. They're very good at hiding this. They've been planning it for 47 years, as everyone likes to point out. And they have a lot of material. They have a lot of people. And despite the fact that we took out a lot of their military infrastructure, they allowed the remaining military to operate almost independently. And so they gave them kind of standing orders and allowed them to fire indiscriminately at whatever the local commander decided that they wanted to do. So as those ones still exist, you're going to continue to see suicide drones, and you're going to continue to see onesie, twosie missiles that are being launched, mostly drones more than missiles. And the United States and Israel and obviously other allies in the region are starting to hit these launchers and hit some of these areas where these drones or things are coming from. So I think you've seen a degraded capability from day 1 to say day 10. And I think over the next few days, you'll continue to see that drop off to where eventually it will probably stop, where maybe we get 1 to 0 a day, just because it's a war of attrition. And I think that the United States and the allies in the region are prepped to win that particular battle.
Yeah, they're a large military. I mean, we can't expect it overnight or within 1 week to weaken a military force and a regime that's been there for 47 years that's deeply rooted. It will take some time, but I agree with Joey. It's going to take, we're going to see it less and less and less.
Mm-hmm. All right, Kieran?
I'm gonna. It's pretty difficult to talk to you both because I feel like you inhabit the Bermuda Triangle or a parallel universe or something. Iran has totally stunned both Israel and the US. And I know this from people who were insiders and have now been exiled, that they are genuinely stunned by the degree to which Iran has been happy to basically sit back and take a pounding, because nobody doubts the military superiority of the United States and Israel versus Iran. But the degree to which Iran has played a longer game and raised the costs for the United States. I think the one true thing, or the one thing that I recognize from Planet Earth that iReview has said, is that the US could bear the spike in energy costs because of its energy autarky or independence or whatever. But that's obviously a different issue. You're right, it can do that. It's going to screw it for the rest of us, but you can do that, fine. That's the one thing I recognize from the real world that you've said. Everything else, I mean, Iran, as I say, sat back, played a longer game, raised the costs, has hit bases across the region. What's going to happen to those allies across the Middle East once this is all over? You both seem to think that there's going to be this wonderful, rosy Iranian regime that's going to spring from the depths. And I have asked you to provide me with any evidence for that. And instead all you can say is Venezuela, not Iraq. It's pitiful. Humiliating for both of you. The reality is that this is an extremely dangerous game, brought on by a war criminal and somebody trying to kick up dust to cover up the fact that they were friends with a peace.
So you suggest keeping the Iranian regime in power?
Again, I keep asking, are you
suggest
about
the Iranian regime in power?
Talking about that was
I need to clarify that.
At a time when Iran's nuclear capabilities were virtually non-existent. It is completely and utterly unnecessary. It is very, very costly to the entire region, and it will be costly.
Okay. All right, Kieran, pause and let the other panellists respond to what you've said there. Joey, I know you want to jump in. Go ahead.
So during the negotiations that they were having with Iran, the United States offered to provide them with enough uranium fuel to power a civilian nuclear program, and they refused. Because it wasn't about nuclear, it wasn't about energy, it wasn't about anything else. They wanted to enrich uranium, they wanted to create nuclear weapons, and we know that. And then they admitted in those negotiations, they told us exactly how much enriched uranium they still had after our attacks. And fine, that was great, good for them.
Yeah.
And as far as they're sitting back and relaxing, I don't think that the Ayatollah is sitting back and relaxing anywhere right now because he's dead. And I think if they're going to keep taking hit after hit, and we're going to keep dumping muscles into everybody else, then no, they're not. I sit back and enjoy all they want to. The fact that they're on their fourth,
I didn't say they were enjoying it
now because
I said
every
they
time
were
we
happy
take
to
one
sit
out.
back and take
Okay. All right, Kieran, just wait. Arzu, I want a response from you as well.
I'm having difficult when you're saying what planet are we on and things like that. My question to you is, do you support the Islamic Republic of Iran to stay in power? I mean, I need to know that. I'd like to know who I'm debating, because if you're going to be pro-regime, then they are a threat to the entire world. I mean, you're defending a regime.
Did you ask that question in good faith? Because if you did, you should allow me the space to answer.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think that's almost such an irrelevance right now that I almost don't.
You're defending them.
But I will tell you, no. It's such an irrelevance because your coalition of the willing is comprised of people who commit war crimes. And so if the question is the way that they treat people, then I think you have a major problem right from the very off. But I'll entertain your question further than that if you would like. I think that in a perfect world, or even in 5 to 10 years, I would like to see a different, more secular regime in Iran. But what I want right now is completely and utterly irrelevant. What I want right now is for this completely unnecessary, very costly, illegal and unjust war to cease, because it is setting fire to the entire region. Israel and the United States are, not for the first time, behaving like
Israel has a right to defend itself, by the way.
Extremely fractious region of the world with massive consequences that will reverberate over the years for everybody. Now, I know you both deny that and say, we're sitting here on our island in the United States and we've got energy. We clutch, as Teddy Roosevelt says, we clutch an ocean in each hand. And I don't doubt that you think that that's true. But actually, this is going to have very, very serious consequences for that entire region of the world and across many of your allies in Europe. And you will not get what you want.
You mentioned 5 to 10 years.
You will not get what you want.
You mentioned 5 to 10 years. We're talking
going to
now.
strengthen the regime, or it's going to create a failed state. And do you know what? I ask Al Arabiya to do this. Get us back in 6 months. Get the 3 of us back in 6 months or to a year. If I'm wrong, I will honestly be delighted, because I do not want people to die. I do not want the country to descend into a Pandora's box. I genuinely don't. But I guarantee you,
the Iranian people wouldn't let that happen.
I guarantee you, if you get us back in 6 months to a year, unfortunately, I will have been right in what I've said.
Okay. All right. We're almost out of time. We're almost out of time. So I just want one quick response to all of you before we wrap up. Joey, the new Supreme Leader, will he be able to galvanise power behind him, or is the Iranian society pretty permanently divided at the moment and it is in the risk of creating a power vacuum?
So I think the new Supreme Leader isn't a course correction. I think he's continued proof that the regime is the problem, remains the problem. And I think that as the United States will continue to keep pressure and deter them, and there should be zero illusions about that. While I think he will probably solidify a lot of the hardliners behind him at the moment, I don't think that that's a long-term sustainable position for him. And I don't think he's probably very long for his position.
Okay. Kieran, very, very briefly for us, will he be able to galvanise power and support behind him, or will we see a power vacuum develop?
I think he's almost irrelevant as an agent, as an individual. I think it's the continuity, symbolic continuity. And I also think that I think Joey could very well be right. I think he might not be long for this world. But I kind of think that's the point in a way. You know, there is a lot of these guys at the upper echelons of the Shia structure are happy to take martyrdom at this point. And so I think that my concern is that either the regime is strengthened over a long period of time because of this, or we descend, actually worse in the short term, we descend into a failed state and Iraqification of Iran.
And Arzu, round us out. Is this intervention going to galvanise people in Iran against the West and get them unified around the new Supreme Leader, or is the community just too divided?
Yeah, no, he's Kieran, I agree with you. He's irrelevant. I have to agree with you on that. He's irrelevant. This is just to legitimize the regime, to quickly show the people inside of Iran that they're still in power, and that, you know, it's a fear tactic. We've seen it with the regime with multiple things in the past. I think that this is inside of Iran right now. They're staying indoors, and I'll be very frank about this. They're staying indoors, and they're waiting for internet to be able to reach all of us. And that's what, you know, they're waiting to see, you know, how weak the regime gets. And I do believe that they will come out into the streets.
It will be interesting to see how it unfolds. Very precarious times indeed. I wish we had more time to get into this with all of you, but we have to leave it there. Thank you all so much for your analysis. Arzu Rashidian, healthcare professional and long-time political activist for a free and secular Iran. Kieran Andreu, political commentator and doctor of political economy. And Joey Mignot, strategic political advisor. I appreciate your diverse opinions, as always, here on Counterpoints. And to our audience at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and of course follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with the chief Taliban spokesman, Zabihullah Mujahid, on Al Arabiya English. I'm your host, Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan have escalated sharply in recent days after Pakistan carried out airstrikes along the Afghan border, claiming to have killed at least 70 fighters. Afghanistan's Taliban government denies harboring militants, and reports suggest civilians may have been caught in the crossfire. The strikes have sparked fears of further instability in the region, raising questions about border security, sovereignty, and the safety of communities along the frontier. We're now speaking to the chief Taliban spokesman to get their perspective on the latest developments. Mr. Mujahid, welcome to the program. The first part of our discussion concerns Pakistan's recent strikes and your account of events. My first question is this. Pakistan says it killed dozens of militants in its recent airstrikes inside Afghanistan, but Kabul says civilians were targeted. From your own perspective as the Afghan government, what is the reality of what happened?
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, first, I extend my greetings to you and your viewers. The reality is that 3 nights ago, Pakistan's Air Force violated Afghan territory. In Paktika province, as well as in Nangarhar, civilian areas were targeted. In Nangarhar, one family consisting of 22 members was struck. 17 of them were murdered and 5 were injured. In Paktika, a school was attacked. 1 child was injured there. It was a school for children. 22 children were studying. Other children who were residing there survived. 2 or 3 rooms and the mosque of the school were destroyed. In 2 or 3 other locations where bombs were dropped, the areas were empty. No one was present and no one was harmed. The claims that militants were present in these locations are completely false. There were no armed individuals there. Only civilians were injured and killed, and civilian areas were targeted. Secondly, there are no armed individuals affiliated with Pakistan operating inside Afghanistan. Pakistan's claims are incorrect, and their attack was based on false information. They targeted civilians.
Pakistan says these strikes were an act of self-defense against terrorism that, according to Islamabad, is organized from Afghan soil. So what is the Islamic Emirates' response to that claim?
We have repeatedly emphasized in discussion with them and also in meetings where third countries were present. The Afghan soil will not be allowed to be used against any country. This is not the strategy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, nor is it the principle of the Afghan people, to allow other countries to be targeted from our territory. If they have evidence, they should share it with us. We ourselves will take action and we will take measures. Unfortunately, whenever attacks occur inside Pakistan, they immediately attribute them to Afghanistan without evidence and accuse us. We reject this. Afghan soil is not allowed to be used against anyone. TTP has no presence in Afghanistan. These are Pakistan's internal problems. TTP controls large areas inside Pakistan itself. They can live there. They do not need Afghan soil. And we will not allow them to use Afghan soil in the first place.
Well, what measures has the Islamic Emirate taken to prevent groups such as TTP, Tehrik-i-Taliban, Pakistan, or ISIS-K from operating inside Afghanistan?
ISIS was a phenomenon against which we carried out a very serious campaign. In Kabul and in other provinces, we eliminated them. They have no physical presence in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, instead of suppressing ISIS, Pakistan has provided them with safe havens. In Mastung, in Baluchistan, they have created places for them. In Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they have also provided areas for them. In some cases, they have used them against Afghanistan and sent them to carry out operations and terrorist attacks inside Afghanistan. As for TTP, that is a matter related to Pakistan itself. From the first day, Afghanistan declared that we would not allow TTP to operate in Afghanistan or use Afghan soil. Another major reason Afghanistan cannot harm Pakistan is that along the entire Durand line, barbed wire has been installed. Even an animal cannot pass through it. Pakistani forces are deployed along the line. All border crosses have been closed for 4 months. Trade has stopped, movement has been cut off. Even a patient cannot travel overland to Pakistan for treatment. So by what route would TTP go to fight and then return? This claim is false and unrealistic. They are raising such accusations to justify their own security weakness and to divert public opinion.
Mr. Mujahid, you have also said that in any potential response to Pakistan, perpetrators would be targeted, not civilians. So what mechanisms are in place to ensure civilians are not harmed?
بله ما زمان قبلم که حمله انتقامی بالای پاکستان انجام شد.
Previously, when a retaliatory attack was carried out against Pakistan, we targeted only military positions and destroyed them. No civilians were harmed. If we deemed it necessary again to respond to these attacks, naturally civilians will not be targeted.
And without going into military details, if Kabul plans a response to Islamabad, what kind of action might we expect? Would it be political or security military?
Naturally, it would be a military response, but its details are confidential and I cannot explain further. Pakistan must receive a response for its shameful act.
And given current tensions along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, what is your official red line?
In general, we want good relations with all our neighbors, strong diplomatic ties, trade relations, and normal movement of the people. Just as we have good relations with other neighbors, we want such relations with Pakistan. But Pakistan has consistently made excuses and seeks to ignite war in the region and create insecurity and unrest. We believe a particular military circle within Pakistan has been tasked with destabilizing the region.
And has Pakistan provided you with any concrete and credible evidence regarding its claims that militants are using Afghan territory?
No. We have repeatedly requested that if there is specific evidence in any geographical area, whether mountainous, forested, or remote, they should share it with us so that we ourselves can investigate. But unfortunately, without presenting proof or evidence, they simply make claims, conduct propaganda, and then take actions that we consider unforgivable.
And talks between Afghanistan and Pakistan have stalled several times. What would it take to restart serious negotiations and reduce tensions?
In previous talks, we participated sincerely and with commitment. Third countries, Islamic countries such as Qatar, the UAE, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia witnessed that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan seriously tried to find a solution. But Pakistan does not want these talks to succeed or produce guarantees. They have consistently created excuses that led to failure. This shows that they do not favor calm in the region. Rather, they have objectives aimed at destabilizing it. This is an external mission assigned to them by major powers to create insecurity and ignite conflict. The consequences will not affect Afghanistan alone, but could harm other regional countries as well.
And let's now turn to the international dimension, Mr. Mujahid. The international response to these strikes has been limited, and some countries have remained silent. So how do you assess this reaction? Has Afghanistan's sovereignty been sufficiently acknowledged?
We witnessed children and innocent people being targeted. Evidence of this was published and reported by media. A country's sovereignty was violated. It is the responsibility of various countries, especially Islamic and regional countries, to condemn such actions and to take decisions to prevent their repetition. Why they have not done so is a question for them. In any case, this is a humanitarian issue and an example of oppression and aggression that destabilizes the region. Everyone should show attention and sensitivity to it.
How do tensions with Pakistan then affect your regional relationships, especially with countries such as China and Middle Eastern states that sometimes play a mediating role?
Naturally, relations between countries are important for the people of both sides. If war occurs in the region, insecurity will spread to different countries and create opportunities for misuse. We do not want insecurity. We want all countries to support the security and stability established in Afghanistan and help strengthen it, so we can move the region toward lasting stability. But Pakistan's efforts to destabilize the region must be stopped.
Is there anything you would like to add, Mr. Mujahid?
We want regional and Islamic countries to understand their responsibility in this matter and persuade Pakistan to change its approach. Afghanistan and Pakistan are two very close nations with many shared interests. The security problems inside Pakistan have nothing to do with Afghanistan. They should address their own issues and not further damage relations with Afghanistan, because that harms both countries and the region. Countries should use their influence and intervene to prevent such incidents from happening again.
Thank you. This concludes our special interview with the chief Taliban spokesman, Zabihullah Mujahid, bringing insight into the latest developments on Arabiya English.
The World Defense Show, as we mentioned, is not only a platform showcasing the latest defense and military products. It is also a venue where senior security and military leaders and strategists meet for broader consultation. Matters ranging from military issues and security threats to the requirements of this phase. Joining us now is General Derek Swords, Commander of the 9th Air Force. Welcome, General Derek, to Al Arabiya. There is a strong alliance between Saudi Arabia and the United States. As commander of the 9th Air Force, how do you view the American-Saudi partnership at this stage?
Well, good morning, and thank you for the time. It's a pleasure to be sitting here and having this conversation. We are honored as a 9th Air Force's Central, and on behalf of CENTCOM at large, to be here at the World Defense Show. It is truly an honor to be here, and we value the invitation. Thank you so much for the time today. Your question about U.S. and Saudi cooperation right now, I would tell you it is at a very, very high level. We cooperate across the military sphere. We see eye to eye on the end state of our militaries, which is to secure stability and peace within the region, and we do that through cooperation. We are also see eye to eye on how interoperable our systems need to be, so that they need to be able to communicate with each other. They need to be able to understand the same languages, the same tactics, and be able to operate seamlessly together, shoulder to shoulder and wingtip to wingtip. And the third way that a cooperation is really strong right now is through the relationships. And so I had the honor of serving in the Royal Saudi Air Force Weapons School over 20 years ago, flying in Dhahran F-15Cs. And the relationships I made then are still strong today. And that relationship from airman to airman, soldier to soldier, military to military is as strong as it's ever been across our formations.
A few days ago, General Derek, the U.S. Air Force, joined Saudi forces and other partners in the Spears of Victory exercise in January of this year. What is the significance of that participation, and how do you assess operational coordination, both at the command level and among personnel on the ground?
As far as training impacts go, that is one of the things that keeps that relationship strong. So you may be tracking, we recently participated in the Royal Saudi Air Force Spears of Victory exercise held in Dhahran. And we participated with 4 F-16s that participated with multinational airframes in scenarios that not only trained and ready our combined forces if called into action to defend the region and the kingdom and secure peace and stability, but also develop those relationships that happen, that can only happen when captains and sergeants and lieutenants plan together and train together effectively and communicate well over time.
General, this year marks the 35th anniversary of Operation Desert Storm, in which U.S. forces took part. After all these years, as a U.S. commander, how do you assess the threats facing the Middle East today, right now in this moment?
So the question on, looking back at Desert Storm 35 years ago and the current threats today, clearly the threats themselves are different. Technology has advanced. There are new capabilities on any battlefield that didn't exist in Desert Storm. And so that's something we have to take into account when we do that. In my opinion, the fundamentals of this region are still the same. That there are actors in any region that will seek to disrupt the stability that exists in ways that can be dangerous sometimes. And the way to counter that is through coalition, building together, defining what our common goals are, and working together in a military and external to the military way to promote that security, and training and be ready to go. So readiness is one of our focus areas, and readiness doesn't happen just in a vacuum and in isolation. It has to happen in a combined and multilateral way. That's what the World Defense Show is all about. It's not just a way to showcase capabilities. It's a way to have the conversations that we need to with regional partners and industry here so that we're better moving forward.
You have extensive experience in aviation, General Derek. As commander of the 9th Air Force, there is growing talk that drones could reshape or even replace parts of aviation in the near or long term. What impact have drones already had on air forces? And do you see that impact as ultimately negative or positive?
Okay. I understand your question to be more specifically about the drones and their impact. And so that is one difference, certainly, between Desert Storm of 35 years ago and the threats we face today. And that is an impact that we have to deal with. And it can be a challenging problem. The approach that we typically take against drones is to understand that a drone operates on mass, the principle of mass. So if there's a large number of drones, that the challenge itself is not each individual drone, it's the numbers of them that can happen at the same time, and being ready for that. And so the way we work against that is to have systems that are interoperable. It is across the region being willing to share information about an attack or a drone or something that might be happening, and then to have systems down to the base level that can counter those drones and do it effectively in large numbers if needed.
Artificial intelligence is also one of the key themes at the World Defense Show. How do you see AI affecting military aviation now and over the coming years or even decades?
Yeah, so the question on AI is an important one, and I know it's one of the focus of this World Defense Show, and rightfully so, because it is emerging technology, and it has tremendous opportunity in all sorts of spheres, including the military. It is something that our military and the militaries of this region take seriously and see that opportunity. And within that opportunity, there's abilities to operate at speed and at scale that we wouldn't imagine in the years of Desert Storm or previous to that. There needs to be an understanding with AI that it's not the golden BB, if you will, that it is something that is a tool that needs to be integrated throughout the way we operate our militaries and defend this region. General Whaley, your chief of staff of defense this morning, had a really good point when he talked about AI translating to integration. And his point was that there needs to be a human connection in there. So AI can't stand by itself. It takes human interaction, it takes human relationships to take the power of AI and harness that into an integrated effort, an integrated defense, and at the end, a military secure and victory.
Thank you, Major General Derek France, Commander of the 9th Air Force. Thank you very much for joining us on Al Arabiya.
Did a Dutch diplomat try to smuggle Starlink into Iran? Well, that's exactly what Iranian authorities and state media is claiming. On January 28th, at Iran's Imam Khomeini International Airport, a senior Dutch diplomat reportedly refused to let airport security x-ray his luggage, citing diplomatic immunity. Iranian officials seized the bag anyways. Shortly after, the diplomat left the country without them. A second diplomat reportedly later attempted to retrieve the items but was unsuccessful. Iranian state media released footage claiming the luggage contained Starlink satellite terminals, satellite phones, and advanced communication gear. The Netherlands confirmed the seized luggage belonged to their diplomat, calling it an unacceptable violation of the Vienna Convention, which grants immunity to diplomatic luggage. The Dutch government refused to comment on the contents of the luggage, demanding its immediate return. Starlink is illegal in Iran. The government considers it a national security threat. It is able to bypass state-controlled internet censorship during anti-government protests. Reports, including from the Wall Street Journal, claim the U.S. government has facilitated the delivery of approximately 6,000 Starlink units into Iran to help activists stay online. This incident has heightened tensions between the Netherlands and Iran amid Iran's protests, crackdowns, and internet shutdowns.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The price of oil drops after Trump makes assurances, but as Secretary of War promises the most intense day of US strikes on Iran. Meanwhile, Russia's Vladimir Putin holds a phone call with the US president to discuss the ongoing conflict and a solution to the global energy crisis. But critics say Trump is not taking the war seriously as he jokes about sinking Iranian ships. Now, oil prices have dropped today after US President Donald Trump told reporters the war with Iran would end very soon. Oil rose to over $100 a barrel on Monday, but is now closer to $90 a barrel after the US president said the US was very far ahead of schedule, but they hadn't won enough yet. Take a listen.
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further. And we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days.
Meanwhile, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said today would be the most intense day of strikes. Take a listen.
We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes, intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Michael and Gemma, great to have you on the show with me. Michael, let's start with you. So we just heard from President Donald Trump there and also Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Do we have any clear idea of when and how this war will end right now? Because that's the question everyone wants to know the answer to.
I don't think we have any idea, never mind any clear idea. I do think that when the war does come to an end, I think it'll be comments very similar to what Donald Trump made and Pete Hegseth made, which will be essentially a grocery list of what they have accomplished. So it'll be we fired X number of missiles, we dropped this number of bombs, we destroyed their military, we destroyed their leadership, we destroyed their navy, we sank 51, 36, 42. I've heard him say different numbers of ships that they've sank that are at the bottom of the ocean now. And that, I think, is the best that he's going to be able to do, because the way the regime in Iran is structured, it's not just cutting off the snake or the head of the snake and then everything falls apart. It doesn't work like that. There are too many variables, and there are also two other parties that you have to consider, which is even if the U.S. says that they're done, will Iran agree? And then also, will Israel agree? And Iran has said, just in the last little while, that they will not allow 1 barrel of oil to be exported through the Strait, which tells me that they're pretty determined to fight till the very end. And yet, you know, only about 20% of the 92 million people that make up Iran are, analysts say, you know, in supporting the regime as it is. So I don't know that you will have a consensus of all of the Iranians and the Americans and the Israelis. And then that's just, we're talking just about the military side. There's the economic side, there's the technological side, there's the war of propaganda. There are so many different fronts that each side is trying to put their case forward to convince the public that they have in fact achieved whatever it is that they want to achieve. So until all of that happens, and I don't see how we're ever going to get to that place where everybody's going to agree that, yeah, it's over.
It's quite interesting because there's been no sort of consensus or cohesive answer to this question. As you do say, everyone said something different without there actually being an explanation. And we know that that's really important for uncertainty that people are feeling in this time at the moment. And I'm sure everyone around the world is looking for those answers from President Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Benjamin Netanyahu. But Gemma, one thing I think is really interesting in this war, and I think will come down to how this war ends, is oil prices, because they've gone down. Yesterday, $120 a barrel at the open. That was a huge spike we saw in Asia trading when Asia opened their markets after the weekend. But really, the global economy and the volatility right now is causing stress.
Yes, so it is. The oil prices have come down, but they still remain so volatile because they're linked to the ongoing situation, which, as we can see, changes, you know, hour to hour, and they're also linked to how confident the markets feel in what Trump's coming out and saying. And as you've said, you're getting 3 or 4 different versions of events here, so that will add to the confusion, and that adds to the lack of confidence, and again, that affects the oil prices. Now, analysts have been looking at short and long-term effects here. Now, short-term, you've got an energy price spike, you've got the market volatility, and you've got higher inflation. Longer-term, you've got slower global growth. You've got the potential for a global recession and an energy crisis. These are globally world-changing events that could possibly come of this the longer the war goes on. So it's affecting energy markets, and that in turn affects the shipping, that affects inflation, that affects financial markets, and then that affects absolutely everything else. Your manufacturing, your food production, your aviation, your transport. So the knock-on effect will take you down to even to what the American consumer is going into their store and buying on a weekly basis. I wonder if that's when it will really, start to hit home.
Completely.
So if oil stays above 100, you've got the risk of inflation. You've got global trade and shipping being affected. As we see, the Strait, has it been closed? Hasn't it? Again, we don't really know, but we do know that global shipping has been wildly affected. You've got ships stacking up, waiting to move. The financial markets are more unstable because investors react to these geopolitical shocks very quickly. Now, you've got airlines and logistic companies, they're sort of failing to, reach their commitments. There's so much going on, but it does right from the very top, and it goes right down to the very smallest thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see an investor speaking today exactly on the oil prices and how markets are reacting. And they were saying it's very difficult at the moment because it's headlines. Mm-hmm. Headlines are coming out all the time. They're moving the markets, and it's really deciphering what headline they should make an investment on and what headline is actually newsworthy other than the slew of what's coming out, which is a constant barrage of headlines. Yeah. And people have to work their way through that, and markets are sensitive to all those headlines. But I did think it was quite interesting because a little bit earlier on today, the US Energy Secretary said the US Navy had escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz, but literally he deleted the post about the Navy escorting the vessel minutes after he put that up. So there seems to be confusion around the Strait of Hormuz and what's getting through. But a lot of the problem, they're not insured with war risk to be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz and the dangers it presents to them. So there's so many challenges when it comes to this. And of course, we've seen energy infrastructure in the Middle East be hit. And the problem with that is it can't get through the Strait of Hormuz, and just more and more barrels of capacity are mounting up, and it can't be stored.
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go. But we talked about a lot of different things earlier, and what I find quite interesting is you mentioned the propaganda side of things, and we must remember that's really important when it comes to a war. But you also mentioned technology, and GPS jamming is definitely something that we've probably all experienced right here in the Middle East. Michael?
Yeah, it's certainly something that, when the Russians are accused of interfering in U.S. elections, it's through technology. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the strengths that analysts will say the Iranians have right now is their technological aspects to interfere with their neighbors. And GPS jamming is one of those. So I have lots of friends who have talked about how Google Maps or Waze hasn't been working so much for them. And they're not necessarily connecting the dots, but it just seems to be a little bit odd at this moment. And it is one of the fronts that Iran can consistently put forth where they know they have been able to be effective. And this is how, and we've talked about this over the past few months, this is how war is changing. We see the situation with Ukrainians and the Russians, and the way that the Ukrainians and their ability to manipulate and use drones has worked to their advantage. And that's changed what it means to be on the battlefield. And I also think that technology and our reliance on our phones, that's another front that an opponent can open up and make a real significant impact on people's lives. So maybe civilians aren't necessarily getting bombed like they might have during the Second World War, but they will affect people. Maybe, money will be taken out of accounts, or maybe phones won't be used. And in this country, we know that your phone is your security passport to so much of your personal data. And if an opponent is really good at manipulating the system, I think there could be a lot of trouble.
And Gemma, I want to talk to you a little bit about stuff that's been making the headline news, and it's really this Iranian football team who were in Australia. They've now been granted asylum and they can stay there. But what's the story being behind this?
So, yeah, the team was in Australia, and initially it was 5 women who have been granted asylum. But since that, there's been more women who said they wanted to stay as well. Now, it was very cloak and dagger, so it perhaps feels pre-planned, or maybe it was spur of the moment. But these women are watched 24/7. They have minders with them. They have minders while they eat. They are followed around the hotel. They're taken to their games on buses. These minders do not let these women, these players, out of their sight. And yet, something happened in the hotel they were staying in where the minders were distracted enough for these 5 women to be able to leave the hotel, because there were reports from the hotel that their minders were running around trying to find these women. So Australia has said they're very welcome to stay. They're going to be staying on like temporary visas, that kind of like a student visa. And it's interesting because there was a phone call as well with Donald Trump, who had said to the Australian PM, if you don't take these women, they're more than welcome in the US. So almost a political pawn as well they've become, inadvertently perhaps. You know, they've decided they don't want to go back to Iran because what happened is they hadn't sung the national anthem at the game. And they felt that that would put them in danger. I don't know if they have family members in Iran. You know, I don't know if they're married, children, you know, extended family. So their main fear now, irrespective of how safe they feel in Australia, is perhaps repercussions for their families.
And families back at home. And of course, the headline news coming out of the US probably won't settle those fears either. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. When President Trump has spoken to Russia's Vladimir Putin regarding the ongoing situation in Iran. The two leaders talked after the biggest spike in oil prices since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Trump said Putin wanted to be helpful to Iran as sanctions on Russian oil are temporarily eased. Take a listen.
I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive.
So we heard from Donald Trump there. I've never heard him say he's had a bad phone call, let's be honest. He had a very good phone call.
Always good.
And it seems like Russia and Putin are using this war at the moment for their own political gain, because Putin has been muscling in there where he can.
Yeah, I did not have Putin stepping up to kind of be peace or deal broker on my 2026 bingo card, and yet here we are crossing it off. Yes, is he using this for political gain? Absolutely, 100%. I don't think anyone would be shocked by that analysis. But he is in line for a few strategic gains, quite in the short term, if he can mediate between Iran and the US, which seems to have been the crux of this phone call. But Trump, beyond what he was saying there, hasn't released any further details about the nitty-gritty of what they spoke about. So Russia can step in with oil and gas production. That means a boost in their income. And we're talking about billions of dollars here, which, again, they could then put into the military, and that will aid their war against Ukraine. You also have the global attention has shifted away from the Ukraine. Ukraine's not in the headlines anymore. Just to throw it out there, Epstein isn't in the headlines anymore. It's all the Iranian war. So he's successfully diverted, political media attention. Russia becoming a diplomatic peace broker, which I know, Michael is going to be talking about as well in depth, is quite mind-blowing in this situation. He's fighting a war and then he's going to mediate in another war. Okay, don't even know how that happens. And there's so many economic opportunities if Middle East, as we say, the supplies fall or they're stuck or they're stranded and there's no way to kind of shift them. It's not all positive, though, for Putin. There are some things that could happen. There are risks. Iran is one of their key allies, so the instability there does weaken them. There is potentially a major global recession coming, which, given Russia has now been at war for 5 years, they don't need that at all. And then if the conflict does stabilise quickly, say in the next few days, that oil price boost is going to disappear. Interestingly as well, just, briefly, there are benefits for Zelensky as well. You've got what's been called, and I found this quite fascinating, drone diplomacy. So we've done all other types of diplomacy, and now we're doing drone diplomacy. And Zelensky has been sharing Ukrainian technology of shooting down Russian drones with Middle Eastern allies and with the US. So it's kind of amazing that these two countries are at war and then suddenly they're seeing strategic military and financial benefits in this other war.
It's absolutely fascinating. Yeah. And they have been able to try and test this technology because they have been in an active battlefield. So in many respects, they're the perfect people to help with the situation. Also, another note, when it comes to Russia, they could actually be giving Europe oil and gas, which is also fascinating because we've seen that big disconnect with Europe supporting Ukraine and not Russia. So a change could possibly happen here. But I mean, Vladimir Putin, he's been in the game a long time. He has been in the game. He was a KGB officer. He's been a long time president. He knows what's happening. But is he actually a mediator?
Vladimir Putin, the peacemaker.
Yeah. He's got skin in the game a little bit. He's been there a long time.
If he steals that Nobel Peace Prize from Trump, he's going to be livid.
I'm gonna try and play. I saw somebody talking today. They were saying, I'm playing Grand Theft and somebody's playing chess. I'm not sure who's playing what, but I'm going to try and put my Vladimir Putin, what does he think hat on, which is, so he knows that he's going to have to rebuild his public image.
Yeah.
He knows that he has, for whatever reason, a unique relationship with Donald Trump. He knows that at a certain point, the war with Ukraine is going to come to an end. He knows that the president could probably force the Ukrainian president into a deal that's maybe more favorable for the Russians. So why not play that relationship to the best of your ability? I'm sure that Vladimir Putin also knows, according to Senator Lindsey Graham, that Cuba is next. And we know that, Russia and Cuba have had a very long relationship for going back to the Cuban Missile Crisis in '61. So I wonder if Vladimir Putin is also thinking about, those frozen Russian assets, right? All of these things are in his mind, I'm sure, when he's having these conversations. So is he going to be the peacemaker? That would surprise me. And I don't want to steal your thunder because you said something really interesting beforehand where you thought that he actually might be someone who could help get things done.
I had a long think about this, and I spoke to someone on my earlier show who was former CIA, and he made a really good point to me. He said, who phoned who? President Trump phoned Vladimir Putin, the first phone call, but Trump initiated that phone call. And he was saying to me that right now they need a mediator. They need someone who can speak to both sides. And Russia can do that. Russia can speak to Putin. Putin can speak to Donald Trump. And also, Putin held a phone call with Pezeshkian today, who is the president in Iran. We also saw Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister in Russia, holds a phone call with Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister in Iran. There's a lot of back-channel diplomacy going on here. And I wonder if Donald Trump is trying to orchestrate some sort of discussion. And he thinks Putin is the person to do it. And also, you made a good point, and I thought about this. Putin has lost Venezuela, Syria, key allies, Iran. So it's also in his interest to be able to try and mediate this and find some sort of ground. And he can say that as a win and possibly still have an ally in Iran. And if Cuba falls, that's another tower that's fallen for him. I don't know why. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't rule Vladimir Putin out of this.
So the only hole that I see is Vladimir Putin definitely would have access to the Iranian politicians, but there's a real disconnect between them and the IRGC.
Yes.
And they're the ones with the real power. They're the ones with the weapons. They're the ones that are going to do whatever they're going to do. But to your point, I would say that when the American president is looking to the Kurds to perhaps be the next government in Iran, which has been floated out there, Vladimir Putin might be able to come in and say, I actually know, because the top 40 people have been killed. Donald Trump has said the first layer is gone and the second layer is gone. So maybe Vladimir Putin, with their Russian assets, they know who's next. So there might be that he can put forth some people to be the next leader that would be acceptable to the president. And then, of course, you said something earlier that was really cool where you thought, what if Vladimir Putin were to
steal the Nobel Peace Prize from under Trump's nose?
Because he sorted this whole war out. And then a couple of weeks later, he ends up stopping the fighting with the Ukrainians. He's stopped now 2 wars.
Exactly.
Man of the year, that would be.
Man of the year. But it's quite interesting because Steve Witkoff, one of Donald Trump's envoys, who does a lot of negotiations, we must say that, he said Russia said in a call yesterday that they had not shared intelligence on US military assets. Putin also confirmed position in favour of rapid de-escalation of conflict in the Middle East. Just picking up on Witkoff, he said Russia said in a call yesterday that they did not share intelligence on US military assets. When I asked the former CIA guy earlier, he said, come on, Russia have shared intelligence. And he also said China probably has too.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot happening, but it's interesting to see how Vladimir Putin is putting his hat in the ring here, and it will be interesting to see if he does get that Nobel Peace Prize. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And President Trump has been accused of not taking the conflict seriously enough after he joked about sinking Iranian ships. Speaking from his Mar-a-Lago estate, the US president told fellow Republicans it was more fun to sink the ships than actually capture them. Here's what he had to say.
In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true.
I always think Donald Trump shoots from the hip. But we haven't seen social media posts from a president like we have from President Trump. We don't really hear them talking that way. What do you think of the Trump team's media push at the moment?
So this is the age in which we live, and it's also the White House in which this is the way that they operate. Let's look at the new mayor of New York City. He was incredibly successful because of his presence specifically on TikTok.
Indeed.
On social media, it was huge for his win to become the current mayor. And I think Donald Trump, because he does shoot from the hip, his greatest success has been on the campaign trail when he won in 2016, and then again last year. Now, more than 18 months ago. When he does speak from the hip, that is what makes him so appealing and attractive to his base. And his greatest victories have come when he's campaigned and then he's won the election. But his biggest downfall is consistently when he is standing up, shooting from the hip, instead of being a statesman, instead of being the president. It's as though, when you're of age, say you're 21 years old, and somebody who's even older has a conversation with you and says, you're no longer 16, you're now 21, you have to act your age. Donald Trump has never, it seems, accepted that there is a persona that the president has to have. Instead, I think he constantly reverts to where he has been most successful, which is when he says the most outrageous things. And so for him to try to temper that natural instinct, I think is maybe something that in the first term, some people in the White House would have worked with him to try to do. But now he is, I think, allowed to let go, and he speaks what he wants to say.
I find it quite fascinating because Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, we had him speaking a little bit earlier. We had a clip of him. And I always think he did my job, but on Fox News. So Pete Hegseth was a TV anchor.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has been a TV personality. And sometimes when I watch both of them, I actually think that that comes through. Less statesman-like, more soundbite-like, more sort of reality TV show, TV personality, and that's very much the Trump administration that we see right now in the second term. And I think that sometimes comes through because you said something to me earlier, like a president should be like a dad. They should be able to comfort us, make us feel certain in uncertain times. Well, Donald Trump doesn't really do that, does he?
No, but you saw as well from the clip, he's in a room full of people laughing at anything he says. So that, you know, it solidifies in his mind that this is a great gag that he's made, which I personally found really distasteful. Irrespective of who you're at war with, that's completely unacceptable for me. But yeah, he is so surrounded by sycophants who will laugh at absolutely anything he says. So why not keep making those jokes?
I guess he calls it Trump deranged syndrome, but he does. But Gemma, we have to talk about Donald Trump because so many celebrities have not been happy about him, and now they've spoken about the propaganda, and it isn't the first time it's happened. Tell us about what was released and why it's causing so much mayhem.
So this is the latest video from the White House. It's titled Justice the American Way. And it's quite short. It's about 30 seconds long, but it is made up of loads of clips from American films and TV shows. You've got Tropic Thunder, Top Gun, Iron Man, John Wick, Breaking Bad. You know, sort of not sure what having Breaking Bad on there is trying to tell you about the state of America, but there you go. Now, what has happened is Ben Stiller, who was the star of Tropic Thunder, which is a very funny film, he messaged, he went on X and he called out the White House asking, we never gave you permission to use this clip from the film and have no interest in being part of your propaganda machine. War is not a movie. Now, I watched the video and it's like it's aimed at 12-year-old boys, you know, it's like a frat, it's real frat kind of humour. I was disappointed to see that, you know, Team America clips were not in there because, to be honest, the actual video just gave off Team America vibes completely. I would have been really, it should be the trailer for Team America 2. I think that's what this video should be. But it's not the first time. So, you know, even over recent months, you've had likes of Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo asking for their music to be removed from White House videos. And I found this quite funny. I mean, how bad do you have to be that you even upset ABBA? I mean, global icons, ABBA. But in 2024, they demanded their music be removed from a White House video, and they join the White Stripes. Celine Dion, again, who could upset Celine Dion? Foo Fighters, Beyonce, Neil Young, and the Rolling Stones, who've all threatened legal action to have their music pulled from White House videos.
Devil's advocate here, I don't know what you think, but they also get a lot of coverage and back in the headlines if they say to Donald Trump, pull our song, we don't want it on there. I haven't heard about Ben Stiller in years, and now all of a sudden I hear his name because he's complaining. But they capitalise on it too.
I get, but I mean, the Rolling Stones, they don't need the publicity. You know, ABBA doesn't need the publicity. Celine Dion doesn't. Beyonce certainly does not need the publicity. But no, I think I would be, if my art was being used in a way that I fundamentally disagree with at its core, I'd be calling it out as well.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot to be said there, and we saw that AI-generated clip. It was just playing on the screen then, as you did say. In times like this, sometimes Donald Trump's memes can actually be quite amusing, and the AI-generated content can bring some humour. But I think in a difficult situation, like you said, Michael, maybe just a little bit more statesmanship would be appreciated.
I also think that because especially in the second term, he has surrounded himself with people who are going to bend the knee, right?
Of course.
He doesn't have career diplomats, right? Pete Hegseth is a perfect example. Somebody who came from the world of news and entertainment in front of the camera.
I actually like Pete Hegseth.
I know you do, and I'm not criticizing him, but that's his team, as opposed to some of the people that would have surrounded previous presidents.
Yeah.
And the team, their responsibility is, of course, to make sure the president doesn't look bad, but it's also to pass along advice or to use back channels to make sure that a message gets to the president, to make sure that he does not do this, or it's better if he talks about this. And I think that this whole war is a perfect example of where the Trump administration has failed. Because if you had Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, for that matter, the three of them all saying the same 6 sentences consistently, whatever it is about what is going to achieve victory for for America and for Israel, I think everything would be so much smoother than it is right now.
Also, we must remember one thing. There's a WhatsApp, isn't it? They could just create a chat like he did before on Signal, remember?
Right.
And he released
just
it by
don't include
mistake.
a journalist.
But just don't include a journalist on it, basically.
Yeah.
There's the basics right now if you want to get things connected. I do find it fascinating looking into the Trump White House, because I often wonder if this is going to change politics forever going forward.
I think the next president should come on and he should make sure that he hands his, first of all, not youth, or she, absolutely, and not go on Truth Social, and make sure that, first of all, you have to use videos. So if you're going to be on, you have to have a professional team doing it, rather than Donald Trump trying to be emphatic and going into capital letters, which seems very indicative of the age.
Thank you for your attention, Donald J. Trump. So, but it's fascinating how the whole world has changed. We talked about propaganda that's on social media when it comes to the war that's happening in Iran right now. We talk about diplomacy. Donald Trump does it over social media. We talk about foreign policy. It's over social media. Elections are won and lost on social media now. Tariffs. I mean, if Donald Trump didn't have Truth Social, I feel like my job would be a lot quieter. It would, wouldn't it? We wouldn't be so busy all the time.
Do you want a quiet life?
No. I never wanted a quiet life. I don't know why. I mean, I'm doing it for the love. Anyway, now it's that time of the show where Gemma and Michael have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Michael, we're going to talk about yours because it's about the marathon, the LA Marathon at the weekend, and that is also causing controversy, a lot of controversy in the US at the minute.
Yeah, and this one I think could have been avoided quite easily. So on Sunday, the LA Marathon took place, and so when the professionals take off, it's in the morning, and temperatures would have been about 60 degrees, so 15 degrees Celsius. And then when the amateurs would have run, it would have been about 26 degrees Celsius, and much hotter. And so there was concern, so the organizers of the marathon said, that people would be running in incredibly hot temperature. And as a result, they gave everybody the option not to do the full 26 mile run, to stop at 18. And that could have been fine. But instead, what they took that next step, where I think this is where they dropped the ball, and they said, you will get the same medal if you do the 18-mile run as if you do the 26-mile run.
It's not a marathon. If it's not 26.2 miles, it's not a marathon.
You didn't run a marathon if it's not the full...
Absolutely.
You got the medal or you didn't get the medal. I'm sorry. You didn't win the marathon. And a little temperature, it might be hot. Slow down. Walk a little bit.
If you've already ran 18 miles,
why not?
What's another 8? Like, not so, I know it's difficult, but I'm just like, what's another 8? You can walk it.
Yes, you can walk it.
In fact, this is what marathon runners have said online, is that actually you sometimes have to look at a marathon as, 18-mile warm-up. it's actually, the race is the last 8 or 10.
Absolutely. First of all, why would you run a marathon?
Yes, as I said earlier, I love not running marathons.
I love not running marathons. I've got no interest. But if you did run the marathon and you ran the full 26 miles, I don't even know how long it is, good for you.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. Don't give up at 18 because it might be a little bit hot.
Also, the people who did do the full 26, they're thinking, why am I getting the same one for somebody who did 8 fewer?
Yeah, I should have just got an Uber, you know.
For the last 8 miles.
8 miles, imagine. And Gemma, your story is about something that we both love, and it's the latest emojis. And why are they getting everyone talking?
We were excited about this, but there were other people in the office who were kind of not really as excited. We've got 13 new emojis coming. We've got some coming soon and then later on this year. So the new ones coming are Bigfoot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A fight cloud, so it's like an exploding cloud with like stars around it. Kind of like in cartoons, you know, when they get hit on the head with a hammer and then you get like all the kind of things tweeting around their heads. You've got an orca. We've already got whales, but now you've got an orca. A landslide, a trombone, a treasure chest, a ballerina, which I thought was great, just in time to troll Timothée Chalamet perhaps a little bit more. And then the one that people are most excited about is called Distorted Face. And it's rosy cheeks and bulging eyes, as if you've just said something that you shouldn't have said, and then here we are, and then you're like, oh my goodness.
You know who it looks like? It looks like the face of the Finding Nemo fish from Finding Nemo.
Oh,
Nemo, Dory?
Yes, Dory. Yes, very
okay.
good. But I'm more curious in 6 months or 6 weeks or 6 years, how Bigfoot is going to be used, because emojis represent an expression or a feeling, and the Bigfoot. The obvious one is that, you know, somebody comes in and steals your glory, right? They Bigfoot you, but I wonder if Bigfoot will be used in a different way.
I think that's the whole point of emojis.
Yes, it is.
They are
to have a whole conversation
frequently used
with
in different ways.
Yes.
Yeah, so that mum and dad have absolutely no idea what you're talking about on WhatsApp. Now, these actually, there's 9 more coming later, and we've got 2 hand gestures, so they're thumbs, left and right thumbs, a squinting face, which is me when I take, you know, my glasses off, a meteor, a lighthouse, a butterfly, an eraser, a butterfly net, and a pickle. Do with those, you know, Gen Z, what you will.
The aubergine emoji.
I'll be using the pickle.
Yeah.
Will it replace the aubergine? Who knows?
Yeah.
But, yeah, obviously the main interest here is how they're going to be used beyond their, you know, initial meaning.
I absolutely must admit something. I love emojis. We both spoke about this.
Yeah.
There's nothing better. And sometimes they don't even need to mean anything. They just look cute.
Just have a whole conversation.
You know, I love the
emojis.
fact that we've got, like, the zoo emojis now, like all the animals.
Yes.
I just love the fact that they're so cute. You know, there's loads of different animals. I don't know. I'm a very big fan of the emojis.
It's nice. And it softens the blow. You know, you might want to dump someone over WhatsApp, and then you're like, but here's a cute turtle emoji.
Exactly.
Do you get dumped over WhatsApp, or do you just get ghosted now?
Then you could just send a ghost emoji.
Oh my God. To be honest with you, I think that, you know, the days of going around someone's house and dumping them face to face are over.
Gone. Yeah.
You either get ghosted, or you might get a message on WhatsApp, or where it might be, you know, it's not you, it's me situation.
But emojis help you just cut out all
Yeah,
that
that's
chat.
true. That's true. So they're useful for one thing, maybe, but Bigfoot just like crushed the relationship.
Yes.
I don't know.
There you go.
There we are. Mike, I must admit something. I don't know very much. I put the emojis on, but I have no idea their meaning. So maybe I'm not the best person to ask, but thank you to today's guest. Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on X, G&T. That will be coming up next. Goodbye, good evening, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, on the 11th day of the US-Israeli war against Iran, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that today will be the most intense day of the campaign so far. And with Lebanon dragged into this conflict by Hezbollah, the UN says that close to 700,000 people are now displaced in Lebanon. That's up by 100,000 people in a single day. Well, the Lebanese authorities say that Israel's attacks have killed nearly 500 people, amongst them 84 children. We'll be asking, how is Lebanon coping? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest developments in the US-Israel-Iran war. Now, blasts rocked Tehran overnight, with reports saying that at least 40 people have been killed there. Well, strikes have pushed many residents to leave the city. Tens of thousands of Iranians are reported to have been packing up and heading to smaller, more remote towns, hoping to find safety as the attacks by Israel and the United States continue. With the Iranian capital facing some of the heaviest bombardment of the war so far, the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says it's going to get much more intense, with tonight expected to be the heaviest yet. Let's take a listen to what he said.
We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so. We do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet.
Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump says that the US campaign against Iran is, quote, well ahead of schedule, with new strikes now targeting Iran's drone factories. Well, he says that drone launches from Iran have fallen by 83%, though Iranian officials deny this.
We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. But it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers, and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot. But we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get.
We're joined now by Abbas Dahouk, who is a former senior military advisor on Middle Eastern affairs at the Department of State. He joins us from Washington. Mr. Dahouk, a pleasure to have you back on Al Arabiya with us today. Just listening to what's being said in the United States, we heard Pete Hegseth saying that today was going to be the most intense day of strikes against Iran in the war so far. Just looking at what he said there and reading into it, what can we expect?
Well, thanks, Tom, for having me on your program. I mean, expectation here is to continue the pressure on the Iranian regime, continue pressure on all aspects of military forces on the ground, whether the missile forces, the drone elements, and also perhaps down to their police functions. Continue this pressure. Hopefully, that the politics of Iran changes and favorably in terms with the United States.
Okay, and just another general that I've been listening to a lot, I mean the top US general, I should say, Dan Kane, has been saying that Iran is not more formidable than Washington had thought. Those were his words earlier on. I'm just wondering what you think he's getting at there. What is not more formidable than we thought? What does that mean?
I mean, I think the Iranians have been defiant and continue to fight back. I mean, you should never ever underestimate your enemy in combat. While we destroyed, or U.S. destroyed, over 90% of their missile capabilities, drone capabilities, and perhaps the entire naval forces, and continue to put more military pressure on them. They were able to survive thus far. They have also appointed a new leader under fire. And right-wing leadership sending a signal to the United States that they're not going away anytime soon. So the question here is, definition of victory should not be defined in terms of military power. We have to see the political end state of this. How it going to end? Would it be in favor of the United States or not? And the Iranian regime and the Iranian people do have a vote in this end state.
Okay, so I mean, it looks like if we listen to what we were talking about earlier, Pete Hegseth saying the US is going to be stepping things up. He's also saying the Iranians are sort of stepping things down in the sense that he said that Iran had fired the lowest number of missiles during the course of the last 24 hours. And I'm wondering whether that's something we can read something into. Does it mean that missile stockpiles are running low? Does it mean their launchers have been disabled? What could that mean?
Well, exactly what he said. It's all of the above. As Iranian realized that their airspace is wide open. The United States has now, and Israel, unfettered access to Iran, and they are able to have better intelligence. They can monitor their activities much more freely. And then yes, their resources is limited. They can't import some of it from the outside, and their manufacturing capabilities is also limited. Some of their manufacturing factories or spaces are being targeted as well. So Iranians have to do economy of force at this point, try to survive, try to hit targets that is absolutely worth their strategic goal. So I think there is economy of force, and with the main end state now for the Iranian regime is to continue to survive, hoping that the pressure would rise on the United States, on Trump administration, from economic pressure through perhaps the rise of oil prices, and also from pressure from the region and European pressures to end this war.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying how Iran has been behaving in a defiant manner, appointing a new supreme leader, as we said, under fire, and coming out with some fiery statements themselves. We've heard Ali Larijani, Iran's top security official, issuing a number of threats against the United States, using language like, be careful you don't get eliminated, he says, of President Trump, and dismissing what the president has been saying. I mean, do regimes or leaders tend to use this kind of defiant language when they're when they know their number is up? Is there anything we could read into that? Do you think these sorts of warnings and stern words are likely to be taken seriously by Washington?
I mean, you have to take everything your foe is saying seriously. Otherwise, you'll be surprised somehow. Yeah, those are all taken seriously. Remember, those kind of messages also are not directed against the United States, and also directed domestically, directed to their allies worldwide. Some of the sleeper cells out there, also the proxies, whether Iranian proxies in Lebanon, Hezbollah or Hashd in Iraq, and also Al-Houthis are still dormant and not interfering. There's always a possibility they might also jump into the fight. So those are messages has directed, like I said, not only just to intimidate the United States, obviously with the current U.S. military power in conjunction with the Israeli power, such statements are not going to intimidate anybody, but definitely they will put that into consideration and watch anything that might happen because of it.
And Abbas, we had a guest yesterday who talked about these Iranian sleeper cells around the world. And I know this is asking you to speculate, but I mean, what sorts of numbers could we be talking about in terms of the operations, and what could they actually do? What sorts of things would they be capable of doing?
I mean, you're seeing just lone wolf attacks against U.S. consulates or U.S. embassies around the world. You could be targeting also Israeli embassies and consulates around the world, any Jewish places of worship, synagogues. Have seen the same thing. They're trying to interfere into the airport operations, those kind of stuff, to put pressure on the population and also on the U.S. government. But from the U.S. perspective, I mean, during the last 4 years, there was a huge influx of illegal immigration that came to the United States. There was also a high number of Iranians that also entered illegally into the country. Those could be easily used in targeting some soft targets within the United States. It's unknown how many are there, but you don't need that many to conduct these operations. You know, it's a small unit, 2 to 3. They can create a lot of damage and fear into the system.
Okay, and clearly one of the main focuses of attention at the moment is the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the world's oil and gas passes through that waterway. And the United States has been carrying out strikes against these, what are called Iranian mine-laying vessels. And I'm just wondering, what's your understanding, given your military background, what sort of weaponry Iran is likely to be using in the Strait of Hormuz to block maritime traffic?
Well, you're right to point that this is very key of this military operation. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, it's important to the oil prices at the end, the prices at the gas pump, and U.S. has been concentrating a lot of firepower against the Iranian Navy and also against all the naval positions on the western shore of Iran, from ports to any kind of perhaps anti-ship missiles or anything the Iranians can deploy to the strait. The Strait of Hormuz is very narrow. The shipping lanes is like about 2 miles wide. So the Iranians, because of the short distance to Iran, they can obviously fire some unmanned drones, short-range rockets, anti-ship missiles. They have the capabilities to do that. They still have capabilities to also launch unmanned vessels on some of these fast boats that they come in and hit one of the ships that actually transiting through the strait. They also have the mine capabilities that the U.S. is currently hunting anything related to sea mines, and those are they still have those capabilities. They can introduce that to the Strait of Hormuz, and also they can send one of their own ships, or if they have, or sink one of the ships in in the middle of the shipping lane. That also creates some problem. So the Iranians have a lot of options to do. It's an asymmetric warfare. It's not Navy against Navy. They might introduce to the Strait, but the United States is vigilant, constantly watching it, trying to create a safe an environment so the ships, the oil ships, will transit again through the Strait of Hormuz.
And Abbas, I mean, the United States saying it's got total air dominance in the skies above Iran now. They said that a couple of days ago. We're being led to believe that there's not much left of the Iranian Navy. A lot of damage has been inflicted on it. I'm wondering, given that combination of factors, and that Pete Hegseth saying they're going to turn up the temperature when it comes to the bombing campaign on Iran during the course of the next 24 hours, I mean, might we start seeing Iran doing increasingly desperate things? And that being the case, does that take us into a more dangerous chapter of this conflict?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, any miscalculation on any of the sides could lead us to a dangerous path. I mean, if Iran was lucky to hit one of the U.S. ships or some of the concentration of U.S. forces in the Gulf region, one of the air defense assets, resulting in killing Americans, losing lives, that would definitely force the Trump administration to even escalate even further. We already see the Iranian regime launching most of their strikes against the UAE. That's something UAE is very closer to the closest actually to Iranian territories within 100 kilometers, where Iranians can also mass or concentrate some of the short-range rockets that they already still have, and also some of the drones against the UAE, which they see as a target that could affect the international economic system. So they could do something more there. So they do have some capabilities that can unleash, but at the end of the day, they know that they have to survive. So everything they do is calculated based on this, I think, mindset of survival.
Right, and if their survival looks like it's in jeopardy, do you see anyone coming to their rescue? And by anyone, I mean Russia, maybe China?
So far they have not, and I don't think there's you will see Russia or China directly support them. But what I think the main interest for Russia or strategic interest for Russia and China is to see United States could bog down in the Middle East. They want the U.S. Navy to be exhausted, and also U.S. Air Force. You want to see U.S. depleting their munition and their air defense capabilities. So the more you see U.S. bogged down in the Middle East, the less pressure for China and the China Sea, and the less pressure for Russia in Ukraine. So at the most, I think they want the regime to survive, bare minimum. But I don't see him committing any military power to help them. They probably continue their political support and perhaps some economic support in terms of buying fuel. Perhaps they continue to send some dual-use parts so they can continue to perhaps build some more of their drones and missiles, some solid fuel to their rockets from China. Other than limited economic and political support, I don't see anything else military help to Iran.
We've been given to understand that President Trump has spoken to the Russian President Vladimir Putin. They spoke for about an hour in this regard. And I think President Trump is being given to understand that President Putin wants to be helpful. What can he do?
I think one thing on the military side, obviously, not to assist them in any intelligence sharing or provide them with dual-use parts to build more of their drones and those missiles. And I think on the economic side, there are reports that Russia has about 100 million barrels of oil floating around the globe. Those are sanctioned Russian oils, and I think that perhaps the president would lift some sanctions on Russian oil to sell it in the market. That helps keeping the oil prices down. I mean, other than that, I'm not sure what else the Russians can do in the fight in Iran.
Okay, just lastly and briefly, if you don't mind, President Trump's been predicting a quick end to this conflict. That's my interpretation. Do correct me if you've got another interpretation. But would you share that assessment that we're looking at a conflict that's likely to come to an end fairly soon?
I mean, from a military perspective, President Trump can end it today, and the military could call it a good victory. But I mean, there is a tremendous loss to defense industry and defense-related targets in the entire Iran. But the issue is, the military is a mean towards a political end. And I don't think we are close to any political victory. The regime's still going, surviving. They're still launching targets against the region and also against Israel. And they have a new leader. Seems like not only have the same last name, seems like it's more defined perhaps than his father.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time. You've been very generous with your time. Abbas Dahouk, former senior military advisor on Middle Eastern affairs at the Department of State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Let's bring into the conversation Joel Rubin, who's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under the Obama administration. Joel, great to have you back with us here on Arabiya English.
Tom. Thank you.
Here we are, day 11. How do you think things are going from in this campaign that's been led by the United States and Israel?
It's a really multi-layered campaign, as you know, and clearly for people in the region, my heart goes out to them and in these moments of insecurity. From a military perspective, from the United States perspective, it's going well. There have been a significant number of effective strikes, eliminating the Iranian Navy, for example. Clearly, the missiles being sent out by Iran across the region have been a threat, and that's being dealt with, as well as the drones. It's not fail-safe, but the targeting is going well. And then, of course, the questions about the leadership being decapitated, the leadership of the IRGC as well. Obviously, a new supreme leader has been named, but we'll see how that unfolds. The challenge is on the political front and the end game, and how does the president's initial call for the people to rise up and regime change, how does that actually get enacted? Or is that going to just disappear? And of course, then the last thing I'll mention is the blowback here. Clearly, oil prices are up a bit. It's shaky, high and low. It affects gas prices here. There have been deaths as well by American service members, which is very hard for the American public to take. So those are still open questions about how much time President Trump has to execute this operation.
Right. I mean, a lot has happened, hasn't it, in 11 days? And I'm just wondering whether you feel like, looking back at what's happened in 11 days and you listen to what the president's been saying, whether you get the impression that there was a detailed plan from the get-go.
I believe there was a military plan. I think it's a military plan that has been on the books for a number of years. The Pentagon, that's what it does. It makes plans and more plans. But when it comes to the questions about the impact on the United States and, of course, the impact on our citizens as well in the region, no, I don't think that was a tight plan at all. And then the planning for post-conflict, that also seems to be very chaotic. Recall where the Kurds were reached out to by the president. It's a very strange way to go about post-war planning, and that did not take. And then, of course, the one military planning area that needs to have probably been thought through much more actively is the drone war, and the reality that Iran is falling back on its drones, but it has a significant number, and those can be deadly.
Right. You brought up lots of points already. Let's talk about what you were saying about people coming out onto the streets. I mean, we haven't seen that, no sign of that. Do you think it's too soon, or was that wishful thinking?
Well, I mean, it's an active war zone, right? So people coming out into the streets when bombs are falling 1,000 strikes a day by the Israelis, hundreds, if not more than that, by the Americans, and even the president saying stay in. I don't think we should expect it yet, but, it's coming. Look, the regime itself has been shaken to its core. Its military capacity is being degraded. Its ability to project power has been eroded significantly. The Iranian people hate this regime. And so then the question is, when they begin to raise up their voices, when that moment arises, how will this weaker regime respond? And will we, the United States, provide air cover for that? Because I don't believe even if the war ends, I don't believe we're going anywhere at all in the near term in terms of our military deployments.
Right, and you mentioned the leadership in Iran, and there is this new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He's never held a government position. He's now the supreme leader. I mean, some might say as the son of more of the same. Others are saying perhaps even more hardline. What do you think?
Well, it sure sounds like a monarchical succession that is now taking place inside of Iran, as opposed to the core objective of the revolution, which was to destroy monarchy. So I think he's going to have a lot of questions to answer just on his legitimacy. But when it comes to management, look, he's the figurehead of the IRGC. The IRGC wanted him in there. He's been behind the scenes coordinating. He played a massive role in the domestic repression over the years. And it's not at all clear he has serious religious authority. So I think it's an open question, and I would not at all be surprised to see a continued power struggle inside of Iran, even though at this moment, because of survival needs, they're coalescing around him as the figurehead.
Right, and we've heard President Trump saying that any new leader, this is before Mojtaba Khamenei was appointed, but he said the next leader would not last long, he said, without his approval. I mean, do you think President Trump is serious about following through on that threat?
Well, Tom, look, past his prologue, where the Iranian regime the Islamic Republic made a major miscalculation this go around, is that they didn't believe that President Trump would attack militarily. But he just did in June of last year. I don't know why they thought otherwise. And then the same holds forth for the supreme leader. The previous one was hit by the Israelis. I don't think that there should be any second guessing whether or not there would be additional attacks against the supreme leader, the new Khamenei. And, look, the Iranian leadership, we hear threats coming at President Trump as well, physically, personally. There's a lot of hot rhetoric, but they also were implicated in some domestic terror plots to try to kill President Trump. So this is hot, and I don't think that he should, or his team around him should think that because he's the new supreme leader, he's somehow free from being hit as well.
Yeah, we spoke to some analysts yesterday, and you were discussing why Iran needed to announce the replacement so soon, given that there was this death threat hanging over him. I mean, wouldn't it have been better to wait a little bit and then announce who the new supreme leader was from the point of view of the supreme leader's survival?
I'm glad you asked that. Look, Tom, this is what we're talking about in many ways. Is domestic politics are everywhere. In no country is immune from actually having their own internal debates. And there was a gap in leadership, and that creates fear and uncertainty inside of Iran amongst the regime loyalists and supporters. So they need this. They need somebody to coalesce around. They need that leader. The loss of Ali Khamenei was a major blow, but it, of course, was not a terminal blow. There is a major apparatus supporting the regime itself, but they needed to have the person rather than the 3 or 4 headed Politburo running the government at this moment. And that's clearly why they wanted to make sure everybody around knew that not only was he the figurehead, but that business as usual would continue. At least that's the image they're trying to portray.
Okay, I want to ask you about another dimension to all of this. As with Venezuela, Russia does not look very present for its friend and ally, Iran. And I'm wondering whether you see that affecting Russia's image and Russia's standing in the world.
Well, Russia is playing a bit of a behind-the-scenes dangerous role. They are providing, according to reports, intelligence, exquisite intelligence to Iran for targeting purposes against the American military. That's a no-no. That should not be happening, but it appears that is. And then they, of course, have a partnership with Iran on the drone technology. Remember, several years ago, the Iranians sent their drones to Russia to kill Ukrainians. And so there are those factors which raise the ire of the American national security community. But then to your broader point, you know, Russia is no longer an ally of last resort. We saw that with the fall of Assad over a year ago, where he fled to Moscow and got no backup. I think the Venezuela example is also a very strong one. Russia is tied down into a major war in its own front yard. It's lost over 1 million soldiers, either to injury or death. And it is no longer the global fighting force that it once was. And I think that is very clear from the recent days.
And just before we finish, Joel, I just want to ask you, I mean, how this is playing out in America, because you mentioned a bit about the blowback right at the beginning. And the TV channels in America, I mean, you hear the Republican commentators using quite similar language. They're talking about short-term pain for longer-term gain. And that exact phrase, more or less, has been used by a lot of the Republican strategists that I've been hearing from. How is this all going down with the U.S. public?
You know, I think we're seeing the partisan divisions in this country really kick into high gear in terms of interpreting this war, which makes it disappointing, to be honest, about the public debate about an issue so significant as war. We should not just be in our partisan lanes. We should be talking about the impact to our standing and to the people who we are affecting in the region. But we're not. And so we basically saw every Democrat line up immediately to vote against war powers authorization and in Congress, and then the Republicans supporting the president's right to conduct this war. And so there's no real crossing party lines, and the American people are kind of wondering, what is this all about? Because President Trump has not forcefully laid out a case from the Oval Office about what his goals are and why he is doing this. And so I think for the American people, they're going to measure it by the prices at the pump, the number of casualties in the field, and still are grasping to try to understand it. But generally, I'll close with this, generally are very skeptical of military interventions in the Middle East. And you can see that that's why President Trump is very hesitant to talk about or even potentially put American boots on the ground.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under President Obama. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Meanwhile, in Lebanon today, smoke has been rising over Abbasiyeh, which is close to the southern city of Tyre. This after an Israeli strike on a building there. Well, the Israeli military said it was targeting Hezbollah infrastructure and warned residents to leave before the attack. Well, plumes of smoke filled the sky as tensions continue to rise in southern Lebanon. Let's take a closer look. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Joseph Bahout, who is the director of the Institute for Public Policy and International Affairs at the American University of Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're being told that close to 700,000 people have fled their homes there in Lebanon in the course of just over a week. Some people are living in shelters, others are with relatives, some are on the streets. How is Lebanon coping at this very difficult time?
First of all, thank you for having me. Look, Lebanon is just starting to wake up to what is probably will become a sort of humanitarian catastrophe in the country, or a human catastrophe in the country, with probably lots of political implications and impacts. First of all, the figure that you have mentioned is not yet established or definitive. And it is coming from two parts. It's a twofold source of displacement. In the first days of the war, you had a displacement wave from the south of Lebanon because the Israeli army sent a warning calling the population to evacuate the villages. These people mostly went to towns like Saida in the south, or Beirut, or the suburb of Beirut. The second wave came when the Israeli army sent a warning to the southern suburb of Beirut, which is the urban center, the capital of Hezbollah, we can say, of its population also. And thereafter, we had a second wave of people fleeing Dahieh, or the southern suburb, and going towards northern Beirut, other neighborhoods of Beirut, and probably the mountain. So we have something that is still compounding. It is still not over because these warnings are still coming. The second part of the tragic aspect of that is that it is happening for the second time in less than 2 years. Most of these people have already been displaced a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. And now they are living this bad experience again with a government and the state of Lebanon that is trying its best, but that has very limited means. This is one. And second, with a population, a welcoming population that is much less welcoming, much more hostile, because the hostility and the animosity towards Hezbollah has increased very much in the last period, and very few people are really supporting what Hezbollah has done lately in terms of attacking Israel in the midst of a regional war.
Right. I mean, I was going to ask you, I mean, Israel has obviously been carrying out the airstrikes that have resulted in the deaths of more than 500 people, we're told, amongst them 84 children. Is the public anger directed at Hezbollah? Is it directed at Israel? What would be your assessment, Dr. Bahout?
It's very difficult to separate both. First of all, we can't answer, I mean, with definitive assurance this question, because it depends on the segment of the Lebanese population to which you are asking the question. Let me say that without taking too much risks, there is a part of the Shia population that is still supportive of Hezbollah. Of course, they will curse Israel and the bombings and accuse it or hold it responsible for their displacement, the destruction of their villages. Part of these people will also hold the Lebanese state and government responsible, not only for its inability to defend them, but also because during the last year and a half, the Lebanese government, and this is an objective fact, has not done much to reconstruct the villages in the south, so they have a grief towards that. But let me say that besides that, or except or outside these segments, most of the Lebanese today would say or would tell you Hezbollah has acted irresponsibly. It is taking a risk that is uncalculated, at least for the Lebanese population. And more than that, this war is without a horizon, and the country is really threatened to go into the abyss again. So all this is shedding an additional light on something we know about Lebanon. It's a divided country, it's a polarized country. And I think that today with what's happening in the streets, what's happening on the front, and what's happening on the political level also, the country is even more polarized than ever. And this is where you could take the risk of seeing it really getting into not only political, let's say, rifts, but also some security skirmishes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that in the 18 months that have passed since Hassan Nasrallah was killed, that Hezbollah's popularity and the level of support for Hezbollah, and compounded with the efforts made by the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah, has that meant they are less popular? I'm sure there aren't any polls, but is your feeling that they are less popular today than they were 18 months ago?
we don't have polls, as you said, and we could have had a sort of polling with the elections that were due to happen in May or June, but that they were postponed 2 days ago and they were cancelled. I mean, they were postponed without a date today, so we can't have a measure. Again, I think there is a sort of non-erodable, let's say, segment of the Shia population that will stick to Hezbollah for ideological reasons, for also sociological reasons, because they have relatives who are benefiting from Hezbollah and its quasi-welfare state, with the caveat that this welfare state is today seriously eroded. It has less means. But despite everything that has been said over the last year and a half about, first of all, the weakness of Hezbollah on the organizational or the military level, or its weakening in terms of financial capacity, empirically today we can see that this was not very true. Hezbollah is able to operate again. Hezbollah is able to pay again. Figures even given by the American diplomats or sources are saying that Hezbollah has been able during the last year and a half to recash money again from Iraq, Iran, and other sources. So I think that this is a much more resilient actor than we first thought. Now, the question of its popularity, I think, will be very much function of the duration of that war, of its damages, and I think we have to expect them very big, the damages, but also on the political, diplomatic, and then later on strategic results of that war, meaning how will it end? Will it lead to completely eradicate Hezbollah militarily and organizationally? Or will it end with a sort of agreement that will keep the party more or less alive, and thus it will probably be able to reconstitute and rebuild part of its constituency and popularity?
Now, Dr. Bahout, there's a new dimension to all of this. I wasn't aware of it, just been reading about it today, that Hezbollah, according to Syria, has been firing shells across the border into Syrian territory. Some of them landed near the small town of Servaya, which is inside Syria. I'm wondering, what is Hezbollah trying to achieve here? And do you see Syria now being dragged into this?
Okay. I don't know if we can say that we could have seen this coming. It has been months that there are buzzes, news, rumors, info that probably one day, once the war would flare up again, and it is flaring up again, Syria would be the second front that would divert Hezbollah in case of an overall attack against it. The buzz began, first of all, the worry began with the fall of the Assad regime in Hezbollah's head and the people close to Hezbollah's head. The way they perceive the new regime in Damascus is a hostile one. They perceive it as a Salafi one that they have fought in Syria. So they are, I would say, entitled more or less to perceive it as seeking retribution and revenge, although it is not maybe assured that it will be the case. However, when it became more serious, it is when the Americans themselves, and here we could find quotes of Tom Barak, Ambassador Tom Barak, special envoy, ambassador to Turkey, special envoy to Syria, and for a while heading or holding the Lebanese file in Washington or for Washington. He said twice or three times that in case Lebanon is not able to disarm Hezbollah, Lebanon will be, quote unquote, handled to Damascus in order for Syria to take care of its affairs, a little bit like it was handled in the 90s and before. This has raised a lot of red alarm in many heads in Beirut, in many Lebanese segments. And yesterday, when Ahmad Shara, in a phone call with Arab peers, said, we are ready to support the Lebanese government in disarming Hezbollah, after having in the White House, if you remember, a few weeks ago, signed a sort of agreement with the US under which Syria is part of the anti-terrorist coalition. So if you consider that Hezbollah is considered by the US as a terrorist organization, all these facts are converging towards anchoring the idea that at some point, probably, there will be an action on the Eastern Front, on the Lebanese-Syria border front against Hezbollah. Will it be an attack? Will it be an incursion? Will it be harassment? Will it be commando operations? Will it be easing some Israeli action like 2 days before? 2 days before, a patrol of Israeli helicopters landed in Syria land and entered the Lebanese Bekaa in order to conduct a covert operation at night. So this is one example of what Hezbollah is today increasingly fearing. Did it trigger a preemptive strike by Hezbollah today on Syria? I'm far from being sure. I don't know what happened. But what I know is that this is a front that is probably going to open at one point or another.
Okay, so we're in a situation where the Lebanese government was given this very difficult mission to deliver on, which was to disarm Hezbollah. They haven't managed to do that. Lebanon has not been rid of Hezbollah. And we're in a situation where Israel is now striking Hezbollah. Syria could be drawn into the conflict. Could you see a day when Syria, with this Israeli air cover as well, and the Lebanese army join forces in some respect and deal with Hezbollah collectively?
I wouldn't include today the Lebanese army in that because we have enough indications that the Lebanese army and its command today are extremely reluctant, if not more. They are refusing almost to go that road. Probably what we will see in the future, in the coming weeks or months, is the hammering, the persistent hammering of the Israeli Air Force over Lebanon here and there in depth and on targeted killings and etc. And in parallel, certain actions or certain movements at the border that will probably try to curtail the movements or to render the movements of Hezbollah in the Bekaa Valley more difficult, and probably opening certain avenues or certain facilities for Israeli Air Force or Israeli forces to operate in the Bekaa with probably a logistical or operational help. I think that Ahmad Shara is very much wary that entering the bee's nest in Lebanon could be costly for his forces and his regime. He has enough to chew internally, but at the same time, and here I'm taking the risk of being very cynical, at the same time he has certain radical factions within his ranks, within HTS and the new power structure in Damascus, of which he would like to get rid, or he could easily send them to fight Hezbollah on the Lebanese front by selling this service both to the Americans and the Israelis if this is part of his survival contract. Maybe I'm going too far, but this is something we could expect. I think at that point, the Lebanese army will be really in trouble, not only from the military and operational point of view, but from the political point of view. I can't envisage today a Lebanese army, the personnel, the soldiers, the officers, really joining forces with Israelis and this sort of Syrian regime in order to fight Lebanese Hezbollah, which part of is still Lebanese, we like it or not.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you helping us to make sense of this complex situation and a fast-moving situation. Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Joseph Bahoud, Director of the Institute of Public Policy and International Affairs at AUB. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Till tomorrow, bye-bye.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello, and thank you for joining us for this special edition of the Real Deal Plus. Now, Luma AI is one of the biggest names in generative AI and 3D intelligence. Well, the company has expanded globally and recently raised $900 million in a funding round led by the Saudi AI firm Humane. Well, Luma AI has established its regional headquarters in Riyadh, and today we're going to be discussing the company's growth, vision, and recruitment plans. We'll also be asking, where do Saudi Arabia and Humane fit onto the global AI map? Well, Jason Day is the head of EMEA region at Luma AI and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Can we just start by asking you to tell us a bit about Luma AI and tell us how it all got started and where you see things heading?
Yeah, I mean, Luma is a relatively young company. We're less than 4 years old, and we're a foundational AI research lab. So what that means is that we have some amazing scientists, engineers, developers who are working on the frontier of AI models. And what we're really focused on is something called multimodal AI or world models. So this means that instead of training in a very linear way or developing our models in a very linear way or being focused only on text or only on image, we're focused on every single modality that a model can be trained on. So that's video, that's audio, that's text, that's image, that's everything. And that's really the core of the business, and that's the core of the research that we're doing, and we're absolutely delighted about the models that we're developing and the products that we're also launching as part of that.
Okay, thanks for that intro, Jason. Just who is the end user here? Is it someone young who perhaps wants to have a bit of fun? Or are we talking about much more serious end users, sort of blue chip companies, for example?
Yeah, I mean, really the product that we're launching today is designed for the whole creative community. So that could be filmmakers, producers, it could be B2B organizations, advertising agencies, blue chip brands, and it also could be people who are creative in their own right and want to be going to do amazing creative work within our platform. If I think about some of our existing customers, certainly we have a great relationship and great pedigree with large multinational enterprises, be it Publicis, for example, or Service Plan, a global agency in Europe. But also we have a large B2C customer base as well that we're very focused on ensuring that they love our technology, love our model, love our product, and are continuing to love our model and product.
Okay, now you've announced that you're making your regional headquarters for Luma AI in Saudi Arabia. Why did you decide to do that?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, we've got an amazing partner in Humane who led our Series C investment round, which we announced in November. So that means that not only are we going to be benefiting from the infrastructure developments that Humane are making as part of Project Halo, but also it's a very natural place for us to be putting our regional headquarters. Number one, it's a significant market. It's one of the leading market in the Middle East. Number two, our key strategic partner is based there. And number three, we're seeing an increasing roadmap of great talent that's moving to Riyadh. So all of those things coming together means that we can really build a really good regional HQ, be very, very close to our strategic partners, and by extension then work very closely with both the public sector and the private sector in Saudi Arabia. And we've got some fantastic customers who we're working very closely with already that we're delighted to be helping transform their business and how they do creativity over the coming months.
Okay, now you just mentioned Humane there. And that prompted my next question. I mean, where do you see Saudi Arabia and Humane, for that matter, on the global AI map?
Yeah, I mean, the way we look at things is AI is very, very sort of AI from an engineering and from a development perspective is very, very clustered. So there's a clear cluster on the west coast of the United States. That's where our global headquarters is. There's a cluster in China. There's a cluster in Western Europe, and there's absolutely a cluster in the Middle East. And when we think about the investments that are happening in Saudi Arabia, led by Humane and the PIF and MCIT, the appetite around data centers, around the compute infrastructure, around the around helping us hire people in Riyadh. This isn't just we're not talking about people who are sort of, we're looking at people who are engineers and developers who are highly educated, have got a huge amount of relevant experience, but also people that we can continue to train up. So when you're putting together that mixture of infrastructure, policy framework, and frankly hunger and ambition that the kingdom has, those things all together make it not only a very, very exciting place for us to operate and for me to operate, and I've seen that transformation over the last 11 or 12 years since I first went to the kingdom, but it also means commercially it's an exciting place for us to be, and it's a very rational place for us to be because the opportunity is there. So when you put all those things together, infrastructure, talent availability, regulatory framework, and commercial opportunity, it really doesn't take, you really don't need to think about it very long.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you a little bit about talent and recruitment. Are you finding that you've managed to find the right people that you need, the right talent, or are you having to invest a lot in training?
Yeah, so we've got we are growing at a very, very healthy rate. So we are obviously hiring, and we as a company are very, very focused on making sure that we bring in best-in-class talent. So when I think about the roles that we're hiring for in the Middle East, for example, I would say that the available talent pool is much larger than what it was even 2 or 3 years ago. If I think about where it was immediately after COVID, certainly when I was working in Saudi then, there was really a requirement to be making sure that you were flying people in and relying heavily on expats. What I would say now in 2026 is the pipeline is very healthy. So we have excellent candidates that are coming into our talent acquisition pipeline. We've got excellent candidates that are then being shortlisted, because obviously, it's the funnel gets narrower as you get closer to hiring someone. So the talent that's getting shortlisted is very, very good. And then lastly, the people that I'm then interviewing in final rounds is very, very good. So I think it's a combination of having the right sort of reputation. It certainly helps that we've got a great partnership with Humane. It helps that our technology and our product is very, very strong. It helps having the right people supporting us on a daily basis, both internally and externally. But we are seeing some very, very good talent, both Saudi nationals and non-Saudi national talent that we are interviewing. And I'm delighted to say that we announced our regional HQ, Riyadh HQ, just last month. And we will be well into the sort of high single digits of employees in that regional HQ by the middle of Q2. So we're very focused on bringing in the right people, but we're seeing the right people coming through our talent pipeline, which is fantastic.
Now, tell us, which industries is Luma AI most focused on? And are there some industries that you're not yet particularly engaged with, but you're hoping to tap into?
So, I mean, our technology can really touch the entire creative ecosystem. So if you are doing a film, if you're in gaming, if you're doing social media assets, if you're doing a long form documentary, if you're doing a brand campaign, if you're doing e-commerce assets, really any element of creativity that has content, our technology can really transform how that is done, both in terms of time, in terms of cost, and in terms of quality. Our model is native 4K HDR, so the output is Hollywood grade quality, but the cost is a fraction of what this would have even cost 6 months ago. And in some cases, some of the things that we're doing were impossible 6 months ago. So from that's sort of at a high level, our target market. And then when we drill down into different verticals, advertising agencies are clearly a vertical that we're very, very focused on, and we've already announced 2 milestone partnerships in Publicis and Service Plan. Publicis in particular, the center of that relationship at the outset was very much around the Middle East. We've got some more announcements coming on the advertising agency vertical over the coming weeks and months, which we should absolutely let you know about in time. Secondly is then from a direct-to-brand perspective. So we're working directly with brands who have in-house teams, in-house agencies to help enable their creative transformations. And there's some fascinating case studies where when we can collapse the creative supply chain, we can then actually help collapse the manufacturing supply chain for certain brands. So it's not just creative transformation, it's real business transformation that we're helping enable. From a film perspective, we're working with some fantastic film directors on not only enabling, as I said, Hollywood quality output rapidly and for a fraction of the price, but also people are enjoying using our technology. So multiple use cases and deployments. The technology and what the technology can achieve, I really believe, is ahead of what most people believe is currently achievable. And the challenge that we've got is we need to communicate that to the world so that people can really interact and enjoy our technology.
And I just wanted to ask you were saying a little bit earlier on that you see AI as a tool for creatives, and you were saying that in the context of Luma AI being a tool for creatives. But I'm wondering whether to some extent it risks replacing creatives.
I don't see it as a replacement. So I wouldn't have joined, my background is in advertising agencies and working with amazing creatives all around the world. And for me, the opportunity here is to actually enable a creative renaissance. So in the same way that people were petrified about Photoshop in the 90s, that actually led to, more investment in advertising, more investment in creativity. And what we're clearly seeing is Luma is supporting large enterprises with more personalized content, being more rooted in culture, being able to do things faster, to a better quality, at a more efficient price point for their customers. And then if I look at the sort of other end of the scale from an advertising perspective, at least, we've got some fantastic agencies that are boutique creative agencies all over the world. And these are a handful of people, people who have set up their own company, have very deep client relationships, and are doing amazing creative work. And we're helping them elevate their output so that they can be doing multi-million-dollar campaigns for a fraction of the price. And it suddenly puts them into a space where they can be coexisting alongside large multinationals. And that competition is healthy. That competition elevates everyone's game. But we don't see this as a job replacement. We see this as an enabler of incredible work.
Okay, and just lastly, Jason, I want to ask you, is there one application or tool within the offering that Luma AI has that makes you say every time you use it, wow? I mean, something you just find really difficult to comprehend in terms of its power and its wow factor?
It's a great question. And the reason I sort of looked away is that this is such a leap forward that I spend a lot of time talking to people about templates. Because at the moment, when a brand is doing work or when an agency is doing work for a brand, there are templates. And our technology means that you don't need templates anymore. Our autonomous agents can be completely trained on your brand, can be, they're self-aware, they're self-accountable. And this notion that we need every single social media post or every single e-commerce post, e-commerce piece of content to be in a template is a thing of the past. So this technology isn't like a step forward. This isn't about, hey, we can do things X% cheaper and X% faster. This is about taking a real quantum leap forward in how creativity is done. But to directly answer your question, we've done a piece of work for Mazda, the car brand. And the advert is showing the Mazda MX-5 over time, since it was first launched, and they're launching a new model later this year. We executed on that advert in under 2 weeks. We generated over 250 synthetic actors who look completely, you cannot distinguish. Now, not only would this ad have cost millions of dollars shooting, I don't know how many cars, 10 different cars over the years with 250 different actors. Not only is it potentially impossible to get all of those cars in the same place at the same time, we did it in under 2 weeks. This isn't about taking a small step forward. These types of things were not achievable even 6 months ago. And the compute and the technology and the appetite to adopt the technology has moved on so quickly that now we are able to do that at scale.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to tell us all about Luma AI and your activities in Saudi Arabia and the wider region. Thank you very much indeed. Jason Day, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks, appreciate it.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus. Now, Saudi Arabia's luxury and watch market continues to grow, driven by strong consumer demand. Well, women account for the majority of buyers, while men's purchases focus largely on watches. Well, low taxes and competitive gold prices have helped position the kingdom as a key regional luxury market. Well, one watch brand with a large and growing presence in the kingdom is the Swiss luxury watchmaker Breitling. Well, the CEO of Breitling, George Kern, joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've got lots to talk about. Breitling recently announced a new global partnership with Aston Martin Lagonda and the Aston Martin Aramco Formula One team. So watchmaking and motorsports, they've got a pretty long-standing history, haven't they? Just wanted to start by asking you, why did you decide to return to the sport now?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, we are much more grown brand than we have been 7 or 8 years ago. And in the meantime, Formula One saw an incredible increase in visibility and knowledge, certainly also because of the Netflix series Drive to Survive. Another key element is that this season is basically a restart of Formula One from scratch, as you have new engines with hybrid, half hybrid and half traditional engines with new type of fuels. So nobody knows what is going on or what will go on in Formula One this year. But anyway, the Formula One circuit is trying to be much more sustainable and environmental friendly, which is also important for us. And there's a long history, in particular, between Breitling and Aston Martin in the first James Bond with one of the first James Bonds with Sean Connery called Thunderball. The first watch developed by Q with a technical feature was a Breitling. It was a Geiger meter. And he was driving at that time a DB5, which is probably one of the most beautiful cars in history. And we can use and work with Aston Martin on the 3 pillars, with the vintage cars like the DB5, for instance, with Formula One, the watch we are launching now, and with Lagonda, the cars you can buy if you have enough money. So it's a great partnership, great brand, great image transfer for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And a long-standing partnership as well, by the sounds of things. I mean, Breitling's got this great visibility and presence at regional events. Do you think we're going to be seeing more of Breitling at cultural, sporting, aviation events? I mean, in particular, we're interested in Saudi Arabia here.
Well, first of all, there are 4 Formula One races in the Middle East. There's one in Saudi, one in Bahrain, one in Qatar, and the end of season in Abu Dhabi. So the visibility is there. And we are one of the strongest brands in the region anyway, for historical reasons also. All major celebrities and important people in the Middle East are wearing or worn Breitling watches. So we have fantastic roots. It's one of the very few growing markets, by the way. Our number 1 market is the USA, but the Middle East and Saudi also in particular, but UAE, all these markets are growing, thank God. And we see a great future of us in that region.
Okay, I mean, lots is happening here in the Middle East. I've read that you've just launched your first Breitling kitchen in the region. It happens to be in Riyadh. It says it's open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just want to know more about what inspired this choice and why you chose Riyadh for this Breitling kitchen.
Well, it's a big city. It's a growing. You know, you have hundreds of millions, billions of investments in Riyadh, but overall, the country is opening also more to tourism. We will open more boutiques in Saudi Arabia because the market is there. Indeed, many of the clients flew in the past to Dubai, for instance, to buy watches or luxury goods. But when you look into the luxury industry, most of these companies are now locating or having a big presence in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh and in Jeddah and elsewhere. And therefore we have to be there where the client is, if you want.
Okay, so clearly Saudi Arabia, a really important market for Breitling. Now, I gather you've released some limited edition watches that specifically target the Saudi market. And I just wanted to ask you, do you see yourselves expanding further in the kingdom? And what sort of growth are you anticipating in Saudi?
First of all, yes, we have a growth in distribution of visibility, but we need to work on our awareness. This is why this relationship with Aston Martin and with Formula One in Saudi is so important. But you know, this is a normal effect and where you have to work on maturity for your brand. So you invest in these kind of tools. We have, for instance, also sports people like Erling Haaland, which is one of our ambassadors, and soccer is getting bigger and bigger also in Saudi. So we have, if you want, many instruments to work on the awareness and on the prestige of our brand in Saudi, be it boutiques or all our activation around Formula One and our celebrities.
Okay, now I was wondering to myself, is there anything that sets the Saudi market apart? And obviously, I'm talking here about the luxury market. When it comes to taste and preferences, what makes Saudi Arabia stand out?
No, I think the Saudi market is growing. It was closed for many, many years. It has opened over the last couple of years. We see the growth. As I said, this is why all luxury companies are going there. But at the end of the day, all the luxury companies are global brands. And the taste is the same, be it in Riyadh or in Paris or in London. We are talking here to a global customer base with the same education, business people traveling around, seeing the brand around. And you might have small differences because of ergonomy. For instance, some people might like smaller watches, but ultimately we are all building global brands and we're targeting a global customer base, and it's the same in Saudi.
Okay, Georges, now I want to ask you about a project which I know is very close to your heart. It's called Universal Genève, and it comes under the Breitling umbrella, and you've given it a really big relaunch. And I'm wondering what the logic is here. What's the thinking behind it? Where you're positioning that Universal Genève brand in the market? And are there any other legacy brands you got your eye on at the moment?
Well, actually, we are relaunching two brands. One below Breitling called Gallet, also what we call a dormant brand, a sleeping brand, which we're going to revive. And Universal Genève, which is probably the most looked after, which was one of the most looked after sleeping or dormant brand in the market. So Gallet will be between 2.5 and 5,000 Swiss francs. Breitling will be between 5 and let's say 30 or 35,000 Swiss francs or dollars if you want. Universal is totally different. Universal will be more expensive, starting at 15,000 upwards, and it will be much more feminine. And this is why also Universal will be so important for us in the Middle East. We just came back from Dubai, from the Dubai Watch Week, where we saw our Saudi customers, even not only retailers and partners, but really also end consumers. And they absolutely love Universal Genève. The positioning will be totally different. The designs are incredible, with fantastic historic roots. The first very important design made by that star designer called Gerald Genta, who made watches for Patek, Audemars Piguet, and others, is an Universal Genève watch called the Pole Router, which we're going to relaunch. But what is really interesting is that it's male and female, and that balance is very important for us, considering also the strengths of the jewelry business. When you look at the luxury industry at this moment in time, the jewelry business is doing very well, and we will have also many jewelry watches in that field to offer innovative, new, and with lots of creation.
Okay, clearly exciting times for your industry, exciting times for Breitling. But let's talk about some of the challenges that you're facing right now. And I'm thinking to myself, have tariffs or supply chain constraints, or what about crime on the streets of major European capital cities? I mean, how is all of that challenging you?
Yes, I mean, I can add many more things, like the strong Swiss franc. But it's really tariffs, which is an issue. As you know, Switzerland, we were under 39% of tariffs. Now it's 15%. The Swiss franc is growing versus the dollar, versus the euro. The gold price is exploding. Silver price has been exploding. Thank God it went down a little bit again. And all of that impact, of course, wars. People don't realize that we in Europe, we are 2 hours away by plane from the Ukraine war. And all of that impacts, of course, also consumer sentiment. So the money is there. The money there. Money doesn't, disappear. Rich people don't disappear. But for the moment, they buy less than in the past years. It will come back. It will come back. But I think many, politicians should get their acts together to solve these problems, not only for the drama related to wars and what have you, but also for the economic development of the world, helping many people having a proper job.
Okay, now, George, I want to ask you about younger buyers. Of course, Saudi Arabia is a country where 2/3 of the population is under the age of 30. How are you managing to stay relevant to younger buyers? I mean, are they embracing analog in the same way that our generation did, or are they more oriented towards high-tech timepieces? And if so, what are you doing about that?
Well, indeed, many years back, I'm in this industry since 30 years, I was shocked and afraid about the digital watches, the Apple watches, etc. But we saw that they're complementary. So one doesn't exclude the other. It's just, you just use it in a different way. And by the way, we don't segment by age or by gender, or we segment by style. When you buy into Breitling, you buy into a more relaxed, cool lifestyle. You can be a surfer when you're 16 or when you're 60. You can be a motorbiker when you're 18, 19, or 20, or when you're older. So it's more this cool and relaxed lifestyle which we communicate and target than a specific gender or specific age group. And yeah, it's about branding and creating an image which is attractive for consumers.
Okay, George. Now, just before we finish, I mean, you've led Breitling's transformation for about a decade now, and we talk a lot on this program about the year 2030. Of course, a very important year for Saudi Arabia with Vision 2030. Let me ask you this. What's your vision for Breitling by the year 2030?
Well, it's obviously being better and bigger and being in the top 5 brands in the world.
Are you nearly there?
Yeah, we are confident to reach that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time.
I'm 61 years old. Let's do this before I'm 65.
Okay. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Georges Kern, the CEO of Breitling. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this special coverage on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, globally, as defence spending continues to increase, particularly when you consider that extra commitment to defence spending from NATO countries, exhibitions like this are capturing more and more attention. One country that is looking to reform and renew their procurement process is the United Kingdom. So I have the pleasure of joining us here on Al Arabiya English, the UK Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry, Luke Pollard. Thank you for your time, Minister.
Good to see you.
Minister, globally, annual military spending across countries has been increasing consecutively for about a decade now. Does that say more about the world we live in, or does it say more perhaps about the speed with which militaries need to adapt to changing warfare?
Well, I think it's certainly true that we're living in a new era of threat. You can see that on your phones and on the TV with the conflicts around the world, but it is also a challenge to governments now to renew our armed forces. Certainly for a country like the United Kingdom, the era of expeditionary warfare is over. We need to increase our war-fighting readiness to be able to deter a peer adversary like Russia And we also need to deepen our relationships with our allies, and that includes our NATO allies, but it also includes countries like Saudi Arabia, where we enjoy a strong defence partnership. And what we want to do is deepen that, helping to create good, decent jobs back in the United Kingdom, but importantly also here in Saudi Arabia.
You raise a good point. So let's talk about interconnectedness first of all then. How do you consider the cooperation, the interconnectedness between the United Kingdom, maybe broader Western allies, and the Gulf region, particularly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, the UK's had 60 years of formal intergovernment cooperation with Saudi Arabia on defence. We fly similar planes, from the Hawk trainer jets to the Tornado and the Typhoon. And what we want to do is, when we're looking at the possibilities of working more closely in the future, how do we not just share platforms and training, being able to be interoperable with ourselves on military missions, but how do we make sure there's decent work share? Because if you look at the investment that I'm seeing in Saudi Arabia with the Vision 2030, creating amazing entrepreneurs here, incredible technologies, there's an opportunity to bring some of that to the latest generation technologies that the United Kingdom is developing alongside our allies as well. The Global Combat Air Programme is just one example of, I think, how we can cooperate more fully across air, land, sea, space and cyber in the future.
Does it create kind of a unique opportunity maybe for investment, for partnerships that perhaps we haven't seen with other countries where there's been more of an established defence industry?
I think that's certainly true. I mean, what really excites me about working closely with Saudi Arabia is they've got an energy and they've got a pace. The 2030 deadline is not just a clarion call for investors to invest in latest technology. It's an opportunity as a established defence power as the United Kingdom to explore new technologies, new ways of working, new production facilities with our close allies. And I think in an era where we know there's more tension and difficulties, for me a very basic principle is friends turn up for one another. And in this time, the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia are deepening in our relationships, and that is good for both countries.
You have said that defence reform in the UK particularly needs to reform beyond how the armed forces work, and particularly reform the way in which it procures. So how do you envisage that procurement process improving, and what do you currently consider to be the biggest gaps that need to be filled?
I think it's about speed. It's the main thing I want to see. The United Kingdom procures some of the very best kit on the planet, but we can take a very long time in doing so. And as we move towards warfighting readiness, we have to cut those procurement timelines down. So a procurement that would have taken 5 years for high-end complex weaponry needs to take two-year procurements, needs to take 1 year, and if it took 1 year in the past, I want to do it in a few months now. Well, that's a challenge. That means we need to use more AI in our decision making. We need to cut the paperwork and the obstacles, and if we do this right, not only will we be able to spend taxpayers' money better and more wisely, we'll be able to create a market where there'll be new players, new small businesses able to enter into the defence supply chain, growing the economy, and that works not just for British businesses, but works for businesses in the Gulf as well, because I'm really impressed by the amount of small businesses in Saudi Arabia that are now getting involved with the defence supply chain. I want to harness that ingenuity, that entrepreneurialism, that technology, and that pace that I'm seeing here in Saudi Arabia, and that keeps us all safe if we do it well.
It's good to say that you want speed, and that obviously makes a lot of sense, but is that doable? Because, I mean, even when you consider it's been 8 months since we've heard the announcement about being more war ready, and we still haven't seen the investment plan yet. So can you do it?
Yes, and we are already doing it. So in the last year and a half, we've signed 1,100 major defence programmes. There's a huge amount of effort coming into remove obstacles. And for me, as the Minister for Defence Readiness, my number one priority is to move the UK to warfighting readiness. Anything that gets in the way of that is a burden and a cost we cannot afford. And so to do that, I want us to procure more with our allies. We need to be clear about how we bring technology on, but we also need to change our culture. And one of those is about failing fast. Let's innovate quickly, learn from mistakes. Let's learn from other people's involvement, and let's procure stuff that actually helps all of us be safer. Now, we're making progress on that, but we're not there yet. We've got more to do, and that's why, coming to the World Defence Show is a great opportunity to meet with friends and allies, to see similar journeys that many NATO nations are on. But when you can see the energy that's coming out of the Gulf at the moment in terms of not just serious geostrategic challenges, but a real desire to grow their own indigenous defence industry, well, that is something that we want to be able to support. And as a nation that stood alongside Saudi Arabia for many, many decades, we want to walk together as we approach these more difficult times.
With that speed in mind, are you disappointed that it's taken so long to have the defence investment plan finalised?
No, I prefer to get things right than do them quickly. And I think in defence in the past, we've hurried out things that haven't been perfect, and then we've had a system that doesn't want to change things in the future. So getting the defence investment plan, so what we will spend a rising defence budget on right, is so important, but we already know what's going to be in there. We know we're going to be investing in more munitions, more complex munitions, having an always-on production, not buying something, mobilising an industry, and then demobilising it when that order is complete. Always on production for the UK and our allies. We're removing old equipment that has served us well for many years and investing in the latest technology, whether that's our brand new frigates that are being built in Britain, whether it's the new airframes that we're building, the latest generation Typhoons, our move towards GCAP, or the land vehicles that will help sustain us, whether we're fighting on the plains, in forests or in the desert. All of those are the pace of change that we're seeing. But I'm an impatient minister. I want to go faster, and that's why for me learning from others, especially learning from the Gulf, is so important.
There's been big question marks as to whether the UK can afford it.
I think we can't afford not to, because in dangerous times, we can see this in Ukraine. Ukraine didn't want the war that they're having to fight for their survival, but they're having to spend more and more on keeping their country safe against Putin's illegal invasion. I don't want NATO to go to war. I want us to be safe, and to do that we've got to deter aggression. That means having forces that are strong, that work well with our allies, and that will complicate the decision of any adversary, be that Putin in the Kremlin or anywhere else, of someone saying, do I have a go? Well, the answer, a stronger NATO, stronger partnerships across the Middle East and the wider world, well, that makes it harder for those wars to start, and that keeps all our people safe.
I know you're pressed for time, so just one final question with regards to grey zone tactics in warfare. I mean, that is an area that can't be underestimated as the changing face of battle continues. How much of a focus does that need to be for the UK, and is that an area that perhaps probably a lot of countries have not invested enough in because we probably didn't know how dangerous it was?
Yeah, we're not at war yet as United Kingdom, but we're certainly not at peace. And if I look across the different domains, in air, land and sea, are we at war? Probably not. But in the cyber domain, the United Kingdom is under continuous cyber attack from our adversaries. So in the cyber domain, we already are. And when we're looking at the grey zone attacks, spy ships loitering over our critical undersea cables, we can see the threats are real, and so we've got to respond to those with a clear deterrence, but the clear ability to defeat any adversary if we need to. And that means investing more in cyber security, investing more in grey zone tactics, challenging misinformation, just as much as it is about buying new missiles and new tanks.
Indeed, the changing face of warfare is a very challenging one. We thank you very much for your time here on Al Arabiya English. UK Minister for Defence Readiness and Industry, Luke Pollard, thanks for joining us here at the World Defence Show in Riyadh.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते आप भी नहीं जा सकते.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighboring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की इन्होंने दानु का राज था हाँ दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात पे और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewelry as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
elves will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
आज लड़की मेला है.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब.
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to this special coverage from Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. We have a special interview to bring to you because we've been speaking a lot during the Defence Show about globally how countries are increasing their defence spending. One of NATO's top financial contributors is Estonia. So we are pleased to welcome the Defence Minister from Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, here on Al Arabiya English. Minister, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for inviting. It's a great pleasure.
First of all, the Estonian delegation has quite a presence here at the World Defence Show 2026. A strong focus on digital resilience and cybersecurity, intelligence systems. Can you talk me through the role that Estonia is playing in contributing to defence and security, particularly in the cyberspace?
Well, first of all, we, as a small nation, we cannot afford to build like airplanes or something like that, but what we can afford is that we are making those, let's say, legacy systems smarter. So this is why our strength has always been cyber, we mentioned already, but automation, robotics, AI, drones, all this what actually, brings a change to the battlefield, what we see in Ukraine. And this is why, also this focus here has been on this, but not only. Estonian defense sector has grown rapidly. So the turnovers have grown like in a couple of years, like threefolds. Our Defense Industry and Space Association has grown to 200 companies. So we are growing, and the most important is that we try to explain to our partners why it is important to focus on the AI, on the cyber. And this is our strength. And then, of course, when we talk about the ammunition production, although we are also doing that, this where old European countries and many other countries in Europe have, or in the world, have a lot of experience. So we will bring this new understanding, those, let's say, cutting-edge technologies to the battlefield.
I mean, those grey zone tactics in warfare are becoming ever present. As you say, we see it a lot in Ukraine. We've been seeing cyber security, cyber attacks being much more of a focus. I mean, the battlefield is a very different place. The battlefield is often online. So does Estonia consider itself really at the cutting edge? And do you think perhaps other European partners, it's an area that hasn't been focused on enough until now?
Well, 4 years ago, when the full-scale war started in Ukraine, nobody believed that we will see today what we see on the battlefield. So it still started as a blitzkrieg, then it evolved to the mass army fight, tanks, troops, all that, a bit of fighter jets. So then the Bayraktars games, then the FPVs game, and now when you take all this evolution of the battlefield, then probably what we need to do is the first understanding is that the next conflict, wherever it will be, or it will be a war or not, will be a bit different what we see in Ukraine. But the main understanding from Ukraine war is that you need to be agile and you need to be ready to change your approach very quickly. So even with drones, the Ukrainian experience says that they are changing the configuration and many things basically in every week, every 2 weeks. So this is what we have to consider, this is what we have to take into account.
before we get on to a Saudi-specific partnerships, let's continue on with NATO and European defence. I understand that Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania have established a joint military sort of mobility area, I suppose. Can you talk me through the importance of that, why that's so necessary now?
Well, again, one of the things we see that, yes, in Europe we have a lot of countries. It's not like it is in the United States, it's one country. Or in Ukraine, you have a massive territory, but you have one country. In Europe, when you take also the battlefield comparing to Ukraine, so the Ukrainian battlefield is at the moment like 1,200 kilometers. So this 1,200 kilometers is from Estonia to Lithuania. And this is why we clearly understand that we need to redefine also how we look at the military mobility. So we have clear understanding that it's not only the question of the Baltics, but there has to be a military Schengen in Europe, that when you bring something from Portugal to Estonia, then this has to be very quick. When you want to launch it, then this has to be interoperable and interchangeable. So these are the changes we need to see and we need to make. And then this is why we established that, let's say, a small circle of countries with military mobility and then digital military mobility. We have even already the software for that, it's a DMSS. But the point is that all the countries have to understand that, as I said, you need to be agile. To be agile and to be quick and flexible, you have to take away all the burdens, all the bureaucratic obstacles, what you have in your systems.
Do you consider it, do you think it will expand then in that case?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I see that. So we have a clear understanding also. I will meet later this week also with the European Commissioner, Defense Commissioner Kubilius, and we will go specifically into the details with military mobility.
Airspace violations have been a risk for Estonia, not only in 2025, but recently again in January. How much of a concern is that for you and for the citizens in Estonia?
Well, the reality is that we cannot change our geography. So our neighbor in the east is very hostile. So Russia is very hostile, not only towards us, but towards the European Union, towards Ukraine. There is no question. So the war is still ongoing. And we have to address that. And the only way to address that is to deter Russia. When you want to deter Russia, you need to have credible deterrence. To have the credible deterrence, you have to show the force. So this is why we have allies in Estonia. This is why we are investing more than 5% into our own defense. This is why we have NATO. But when we take also these airspace violations, then my suggestion has always been that please take it calmly. We know that we can react if necessary. We cannot overreact, because this is exactly what Russia wants to see, that we will overreact.
You're not calling for the planes to be shot down or drones to be dramatically...
When there is a need for that, or if there is a need for that, then NATO as an alliance is ready for that, of course, to defend. But as I said, you need to be very calculative and you need to assess the situation. You cannot go just to shoot down everything what flies into your territory. You have to see that is it a threat or not. So and we have very good measures for the threat assessment and also air policing to understand, to define whether it is a real threat or just a show off by Russians.
Staying on Estonian border threats, I suppose, Estonia has announced that it is closing 2 of its border crossings with Russia during the evening hours because of, and I quote, irrational behaviour, is what is being alleged towards border guards. Can you explain your concerns there, and do you consider that particular region to be a particular border threat?
Well, it goes, let's say, it's the next step from the airspace violations, that Russia doesn't respect the international law. So it all starts from this, because we have the international law, we have the regulations, we have the border line or control line with Russia. So when Russia is violating that, then we need to react to that. And obviously we will take some of the border guards from the border stations to put onto the border line. And this is our reaction to that. When Russia doesn't make any stupidities, then of course we can revise that. But this was our response at the moment. And obviously we are ready to do more if necessary. But as I said, we are not escalating. So the only one who is escalating everywhere in Ukraine in Europe, even further inside of Europe, this is Russia. So we need to show that we are responding to that, and this was our response.
Mm-hmm. If we focus now on the region, if we can, before I need to let you go, talk me through the cooperation between Estonia and Saudi Arabia specifically. I know there are some long-term collaborations and partnerships. Talk me through how that is developing and where you see that going into the future.
Well, yes, in numbers, the cooperation has not been extremely big at the moment, but it is growing steadily. And it's good to see. I had very good meetings today also with the GAMI and SAMI, and we already also signed some of the MOUs with some of the companies. So what I see, business-to-business relations are growing, and we have more companies as ever here. Business-to-government is growing, and today we spoke also, and then I will leave from here to see the minister, that how we can bring it also to the more strategic level, because at the end of the day we all want to see better technologies helping us to defend ourselves. Mm-hmm. So this is the same goal for each country, to defend our countries and our nations.
Mm-hmm. Just finally then, how interconnected do you see security and perhaps the threats and challenges of this Gulf region and Europe? How interconnected are they?
We have a clear understanding that the world security is one. So 360 approach, what we've had in NATO, is, let's say, inevitable. So it's something we need to have. We clearly understand that what happens, for instance, in South China Sea, in Taiwan, that reflects also to Europe. What happens in Europe, in Ukraine at this very moment, has clear implications to other parts of the world, because I'm quite confident that every dictator in the world is looking very closely at the moment how the end game for the Russian invasion to Ukraine will look like, and then draw the conclusions from this. So this is why it doesn't matter. Is it Gulf region? Is it the South China Sea? Is it Arctic? Is it Ukraine? All is connected. So and also look around here in the World Defense Show. You have all the countries here.
Mm-hmm. Defense Minister of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, thank you so much for joining us for this special interview here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Minister. I appreciate your time.
We intend to perform Umrah in Ramadan. Welcome everyone to a new episode. We have arrived with you in Jeddah, and to reach Mecca, we have several options. We can take buses or private cars or taxis or the Al Haramain train. And that's what we chose.
اللهم هون علينا سفرنا هذا وطوي عنا بعده.
The train carriages are divided into two parts. The first part is the gold class or first class, then the tourist class. Prices depend on the destination you are heading to, whether it's Mecca or Medina, or depending on the schedule and time. For example, our trip is a few hours before Fajr prayer. Simple. One way to Mecca from Jeddah Airport to Mecca Al-Mukarramah. It cost me only 95 Saudi riyals. Here in a very small cafeteria selling light sandwiches, nuts, and chips. Let's have suhoor before time runs out on us.
The most important thing before entering Al Haram is to draw a mental map or remember your entry point. This will make it easy for you to return to your hotel directly after finishing Umrah. We entered through King Fahd Gate. The security staff in the Haram are very helpful. They speak every language you can imagine, including Bengali, Chinese, and Russian, whether in the women's sections, the shared courtyards, or the gates.
ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار
Every corner in the Haram has these water coolers and Zamzam water. There's no need to fill up your bottle or carry a plastic cup. The lighter your load, the easier it is to move between the sacred site.
اللهم فرج همنا نفس كربنا ربنا آتنا دنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة
No matter how spiritually immersed you are in the place, you cannot stop your eyes from admiring the beauty of the Islamic architectural design and the Islamic decorations that distinguish. The Grand Mosque in Makkah, it is one of the most magnificent architectural masterpieces in the world. These precise designs help light and air enter evenly at all times, summer and winter. If you want to avoid the crowds, you can perform tawaf on the second floor. It is less crowded, but it is reserved for wheelchairs, so you must keep the path clear for people with special needs and the elderly. If you want double the reward, stay away from pushing and leave as much space as possible between you and others, out of mercy for the elderly and respect for people's privacy. The jogging starts from the beginning of the green sign until the end. It is not preferred for women to jog, of course, to preserve their privacy, but the men usually jog very noticeably. Of course, the jogging starts on both paths, whether you are going or returning from Safa. Booking an Umrah appointment through the Endusuk app has actually made things much easier. You come at your scheduled time. They actually give you 2 hours and are flexible up to an hour before or after. And it all depends on the crowd and the number of Umrah performers during the same period. Praise be to Allah for completing the Umrah. I have finished it. May Allah write its reward for me as a Hajj with the Prophet, and may He grant everyone who wished and everyone who longed for the same feeling. I have dreams, and our journey on Where Are We is not over yet. Our stories from the 2 holy mosques have just begun. Subscribe to all our channels on social media so you can follow all the new reels and episodes.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.